Make sure as a person, make sure you push it inside. Then make it like that, and try to take it from inside. Because I'm too far, I'm not You see it now. Are you showing me through this thing? Be very careful. I will not shake it because of that. It's shaking that side of us when I see it. Yes. So let me definitely shake it. It's not what you are doing. Look like what you are doing on the street. Why you are there? Sorry, don't blame like this. Not a spam my mind.
Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to today's session. We're going to start shortly, but before we start, let's quickly have some few housekeeping rules. Please, today we have less people because it's not opening ceremony. Some people that were here today will not be here. So I would like us to occupy the front row. Let's move forward. Please, all these rows are empty. I want us to move and occupy it. Fine, please, can you move forward? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Well, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I think what we currently have is good. Let me use this opportunity to also say good morning to those of us who are with us virtually. Mr. Charles, we have people already. Those of us with us virtually want to use the opportunity to say good morning. And we also hope that you enjoy yesterday's presentation. And if you're joining us for the first time virtually today, you're welcome. You have missed what happened yesterday. Those of us with us yesterday, I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and there will be more questions. We'll try to answer your question as much as possible. I also want to use this opportunity to thank There are several comments. Most of them are heartwarming. The presentations were appreciated. If I want to read all the comments here, we're going to spend the whole day doing that today and we will not leave this place. So I just want every one of you who joined us virtually yesterday and who made comments, either to appreciate us or to ask questions. I want to say thank you for all your comments. And the one that has to do with recommendation, we want to assure you that we'll take note of all those recommendations and we're going to work on them. And we hope that today you're also going to send in your question. Those that has to do with question, we'll try as much as possible to sieve those questions out and answer them here today. Those that has to do with comments and recommendations, we'll please take note of them for future use. Thank you all for joining us. Before we start the program, please let's quickly have a recap of what happened yesterday. Yes, please put up the presentation. Housekeeping rule, please, all our phones should be on silent or we switch it off, please. And as we said yesterday, see the restroom is by this way. I'm sure most of us know, but it's just a reminder of where the restroom is.
We had presentations from Dr. Abubakar Danraka. We also had Dr. Umar Rada, the representative of the DG of Smedan. He gave a paper here. Also, Dr. Grace Ugbagwe, our own Dr. Grace from here, also gave a presentation. Mr. John Atogwe, also of the Department of Medicinal Plant Research and Traditional Medicine, gave a talk. Myself, I also gave a presentation. Then there was another presentation from pharmacist Omolola Fatuko. So I'll quickly run through some of those, the highlights. Dr. Deraka presented on clinical and pharmaceutical terminologies as related to urban medicine. He defined what traditional medicine has been the indigenous process people manage their health and well-being. Also, the essence of capacity building and enhancement of indigenous medicine was also discussed here. He also mentioned diagnosis has been a key factor in maintaining our health and well-being, because most of the time, even if the orthodox, we understand that some of our health professionals in the orthodox side of the table now, some of them at times they do some misdiagnosis unintentionally. So if that could happen at that level, how much more we that are still trying to bring our this practice to that level of professionalism. Also, he defines some terms like drug therapy, traditional healer, the traditional healer, what is urban medicine as well, and the relationship of WHO, what WHO is doing to help bring up the level of traditional medicine to a point where we can actually say, okay, we've gotten to that level where traditional medicine can be integrated to our healthcare delivery system in this part of the world. We have a presentation from Dr. Jiko rather, that's the DG of SMEDAN. The presentation was given on behalf of the DG by Mr. Tiani. The topic was about investment opportunities and funding sources. He explained to us the need to see and take what we do as TMPs as a real business, rather than take it as something we are just doing to just live to just make ends meet. It should be seen as a real business that we can really make so much money in it. It depends on how we take it. We also mentioned that we are employers of labor and can stimulate the country's economic growth in the way we do our things. Also, he mentioned about, he spoke on investment opportunities, that they are abound, that we only need to identify them and seize those opportunities. So he also made mention of something called a SWOT analysis. That is we should do analysis of what our strengths are, what our weaknesses are, opportunities and threats. What are those things that will limit us to achieve those objectives and goals that we want to achieve in doing our business? So he made mention of the availability of financing. He made mention of availability of financing agencies like the Bank of Industry. They can support our businesses. We can also fund our businesses by personal savings or suppliers or credit. And we should have a viable business plan. We should not just go into the business and say, okay, there's a need for so and we just get into it. Do we have the market for it? How do we ensure that our product gets to the final consumer? Also, Dr. Grace Ubabe discussed on conservation and ecological practices in cultivation of herbs. How do we conserve our medicinal plants? She said medicinal plants are the primary producers that plays a vital role in balancing of the ecosystem and biological diversity. Plants are useful for several things like food. They are sort of food. They are sort of clothing and even shelter to humans and animals alike. Conservation should be defined as the preservation and protection and careful management of natural resources. There are several threats to medicinal plants. It might be due to overexploitation, a destructive collection, construction and industrialization, etc. Methods of conservation might be in situ. She made mention of that. In situ conservation method is whereby you identify a particular threatened plant species in its natural habitat and you decide to protect it, give it covering so that people will not come and start picking it up, and before you know it, they become extinct. Also, ex situ is when you see you identify another endangered plant species and you decide to bring it from where it is and put it in a place whereby you can monitor it properly so that it won't go into extinction. Also, she talked about plants being conserved in natural reserves. These are places where we can do our plant conservation. We have natural reserves which are places set aside for conservation. We have large nurseries, botanical gardens. We could have that at the back of our house and the likes. She made mention that only a small portion of medicinal plants have been conserved, despite the existence of various sets of recommendations for the conservation and sustainability use of medicinal plants. We have a presentation from Mr. John Atogo, who spoke on conservation again and cultivation of herbs, the NIPRID experience. Here he took us through the experience over the years with our NIPRID garden, some of the plants we've been cultivating. Over the years, we had plants like Artemisia annua, Andrographis paniculata, Biophyllum species, etc. He was telling us yesterday about we knowing when to plant, when to harvest, how to do the planting, how to harvest, and some of these are salient points because they are very important in conservation and cultivation. Because if we don't do it properly, we will lose some of those important plant species. So he also made mention of importance of good agricultural practices. He said we should avoid the use of inorganic fertilizers. We should embrace planting of cover crops like cowpeas and things of that nature. Also, we had a presentation from myself on behalf of Professor Yemi Sikule. I spoke about quality assurance in herbal medicine and phytotherapy. We discussed about, we learned about what quality is, being a characteristic of how good something is when it's compared to a similar item. Also, we told ourselves how important the ensuring quality of pharmaceuticals are. If you don't ensure quality, you'll be endangering our lives because human beings actually take these things in. And what we take in is important. We ensure it's, their quality. Also, we should ensure strict adherence to policy, regulations, and guidelines. If we are being told that, according to the policy and guidelines that have been set aside, if we already know that, okay, these and these are what we should do, or these and these are not things we should not do, we should endeavor to adhere to the guidelines strictly. Also, we told ourselves that sanitation and hygiene are very important when we talk about quality assurance. It's not just about, okay, I want to do this, I want to do that. Also, your sanitation and hygiene is very important. The sanitation of the environment, personal hygiene, the equipment you are using, and so on and so forth. So we also spoke about documentation being very important in quality assurance. All that you have done from the beginning, from the starting material, the raw material, the plants that you have used, to the very end when you have your final product, you should make sure that the documentation is appropriate and is very clear. You should not read it and it will become ambiguous. You become, okay, what did you say you did here? It should be very clear and it should be appropriately done. Then with the aim of quality assurance, we told ourselves that is to get our other products to be internationally recognized and accepted. We have the GMIDs of this world and the likes. We want our herbal medicine in the part of this country, in this country, the part of this world, to also get to that level where they are internationally recognized. And more importantly, we want to see traditional medicine being integrated into our healthcare delivery system in Nigeria. That was the highlight. And finally, pharmacist Omolola Fatoku, on behalf of Dr. Jamila Ibrahim, gave the presentation on standards in harvesting, storage, and production of phytomedicines. She told us that standards is just a level of quality attainment, technical specification, yardstick to measure or compare. If you say something is a good standard, you must be able to say, okay, when you compare with this, these are the distinguishing characters that set this from the other. Standard in production of herbal medicine should be about acceptability. It should be acceptable, it should be reliable, it should be safe, it should be efficacious, and it should be of good quality. Then to make mention of standards in the production of herbal medicine, where do we get some of these standards? They are gotten from official books, which is pharmacopoeia. Pharmacopoeia are just like just a book though. So let me put it that way so that it will not confuse us. So we also have guidelines from EU, from WHO, the FDA, and NAFDAC are on here. There are guidelines and regulations you want to follow when you are producing your herbal products. The take home is to search for documented information, oracle drug, and raw material. That raw material we are using, what do you know about it? Yes, you know some things about it, but what are the other things that people use those raw materials for? You might want to check and see how do you incorporate what others know about the plant with what you know. Then you document your own observation. Somebody was telling us about maybe as a director indica yesterday, maybe in your own locality, you use it for curing headache, in another locality, they use it for curing stomachache. You might want to understand what is really happening, so you can document your observation, then your interventions can come in, and if this is done, it's may lead to wealth generation, because you know what others do not know, and you can make money for it. Remember, we are talking about capacity building. So thank you. This is just a render.
round of applause for our partner for the one. Thank you very much. Once again, welcome everybody to the session for today. People announced the chair for the technical session and who will take over. So my pleasure is to call on Associate Professor Henry Ogaroba to please come and take the chair to take over the session for today. Round of applause for him, please. It's another right-hand man. Please go back to the secretariat to target one of the things, please, if you are aware of it. So let us hand over to him and take charge of today. Thank you. I want to quickly welcome everybody back to the training we started yesterday. You are all welcome. I hope you had a good night rest. Before I continue, can I just recognize that we have some participants online? I want to recognize the presence of Dr. Aminu Wada, he's online. Professor Alphonsus, thank you, sir, for joining us, and Dr. Sandra Uminagu. So, I think I will take and sit back while continuing. We also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Meppa of USP. You are welcome, sir. Thank you for finding time to join us at this event. Maybe as we progress, we will give you opportunity to say one or two. In fact, we can do that right away. Please, can we invite Dr. Meppa to come and give us a good message from USP. He's the USP chief of party. Thank you for this opportunity. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it here yesterday because I had a similar engagement of this nature. So I think what the Institute is doing is timely and is a very welcome development. Most of us spend a lot of money. I heard the rapporteur when he was doing the recap of what was done yesterday. Most of us have spent a lot of money buying GNLD products and so on and so forth. It's nothing different from what we have here. And I believe the capacity building sessions of this nature will help to further enhance the packaging. It also helps to improve your processing. There has to be a systematic approach to how we present our products. I believe that is where the Chinese and the Indians have the edge over us. So we start small, little steps of improvements, and before you know it, we'll be there. Now, what is happening in Africa today? You have the Africa Free Trade area now. You can also play a role in it by selling your traditional medicines or complementary medicines, as we want to call them. Recently, I was in Ghana. They also have a similar institute like this in Ghana, and they focus majorly on their traditional medicines. And by the time I chatted with a few of them there, I found out that most of them, their treatment of malaria there, they don't use what we call the orthodox medicines. They rely on traditional medicines for treatments. So it's a laudable workshop, and we're happy to be part of this. Thank you, and I wish you a very fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much, Dr. Meppa Osuga, Chief of Party USP. For this session, we go straight into what we want to do. We have Dr. Philip Builders, who is one of our professors here, who will be speaking to us on packaging in herbal medicine. Please, Dr. Philip, can you come and sit with me here? We also have Dr. Henry Ogaroba, who is speaking to you right now. I'll be taking one of the sessions, and after which we will have discussions and interaction. Before the discussion and interaction, or during the discussion and interaction, we have a knowledge, attitude, and practice questionnaire we want to share with you. We'll quickly do that before the tea break, so that we have some kind of cues about what we are doing here, and that should guide our subsequent interaction with our TMPs. So without taking much of your time, we'll proceed to the first lecture for today, which is Packaging in Herbal Medicine by Dr. Philip Budas. Dr. Philip Budas is actually a professor of pharmaceutics in NIPID here, and he has worked extensively in the area of medicinal product formulation and packaging. So he's an expert in that field, and if you want assistance in that area, you can engage him during the discussion and interaction session. Over to you, Dr. Phil.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garida. Permit me to stand. I want to welcome you. Those of you that are here are the privileged few, and also welcome those online. From what I can see, you see that we are the new generations of traditional medicine practitioners, like those days where you have the very aged people. Most of this training, we've taken them around Nigeria, and we see that many of our TMPs are also quite educated. So we also have to present this to the world by taking over the market of the GNLDs and so on and so forth in Nigeria. Welcome once more. We know the importance of packaging. My lecture will be on packaging in herbal medicine practice. My friend, are you TMP? Are you a doctor? How old are you? Huh? Please, a round of applause to him. Yes. My lecture is going to be relatively interactive because of the importance of this topic, packaging. I'm sure most of you here want to hear many things on packaging. I don't know whether anybody can tell us what packaging is. So your mental knowledge, packaging. Okay. My name is Dr. Ismail Abdullahi from Kano State. I'm the CEO of Healthwise Acupuncture. What I believe will be the definition of packaging is the final processing and finishing of goods that will be put or that will be fixed in a simple and attractive manner, which will be more of enticing the customer or who is going to be the end user. Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause to him. He has succeeded in giving us just one aspect of packaging, which is attracting our customers to buy. Talking too much. Is the process of obtaining your finished product to ensure that it is stable and effective from the time you package it, which should be synonymous to when you produce it, to the time when it will be used. Taking into consideration all the kind of hazard it will face before it gets to the end user. Like you see your GLD, most of them are imported. Understand? So there's a lot of shipments and a lot of handling that has taken place with it. But it gets to you and you still like the product, and it becomes so expensive. Do you get that? So from our definitions here, we say that packaging is the process by which finished herbal medicines are suitably placed so that they maintain their integrity. When we talk about their integrity, we are talking about their effectiveness, their stability, and also that aesthetics, that market aspect, that beautiful package we've made. Understand that it maintains it to the end from the time you are giving it to whoever is purchasing it and the time it will be used. So, types of packaging. I'm sure most of you have your products in the market. Do you? Yes. Okay. Types of packaging. So everybody. Okay, let's just go here. There are three main types of packaging material. Actually, packaging is a very large topic. So we're just taking some aspects and make it very concise. Understand? As we go on, maybe if there will be other of this kind of programs, it will become more elaborate. So you have first the primary package, which is that main package that is in contact with your material or with your product. Do you get? Do you understand it? Good. Let's say for those of us that are packaging, as you can see here, you see this blister pack here? What can we call this one? Primary package. Okay, maybe let me just go through before. We have also the secondary package. And this secondary package is the one that contains the primary package, oftentimes. Then we also have the tertiary package. So if we come here now, what can we call this blister pack? That is the primary package, because it's the one that contains our major, that is our main products. And usually it's in close interaction with it. And if it's going to have any harmful effect, definitely it's going to have it on our product. So we have here that the primary package are made up of those package components or sub-components that come into direct contact with the product, or those that may have a direct effect on the product shelf life. And as you said, such like the blister packs, bottles, caps, and linings. When we talk about, for those of us that produce liquid products, do you have anyone that produce liquids? We know that most of our products are liquids. What do you use in packing? Plastics. Good. So that plastic that you use, that is the primary package. Why? Because your liquid is contained inside. And apart from that, your plastic bottle, what about the cap? Do you have anything that you cover it with? Good. So those caps also are part of the primary package. Do that. Then after your bottle, your plastic bottle, do you just give it for sales? How do you? Good. So that carton you place it in is what is the secondary packaging. And where do you sell your products? Within the clinic. Okay. In the market. Do you make supplies to make these supplies? How do you pack those ones in those cartons? Good. So those big pack, what do you call them? Is the tertiary. Good. So what are the importance of the primary package? Can anybody tell us that? Good. It safeguards it and also add value. Let me explain. Okay. Now, for example, in the olden days, some herbal medicine practitioners do prepare the products and put it inside a bucket with a cup. If you come to buy it, they will pick it from the cup, give you directly. You take it with the cup, another person will take it with the cup. One cup, 100 users. And now, as time goes on, you package it, each container for each buyer. Okay, thanks. That one, since the person that is in there sells it, if he does it now that is going to arrest the person. So you can only produce the one you did in cup, what we call the extemporaneous preparation, and give to a patient probably in your clinic. But if you want to sell, which means I presume that most of us had our previous register. Okay, we are going to, when we get to that place, we know the importance and the regulation regarding to packaging with NAFDAC. So the primary package has a very important part to play because it's the one that actually contains your products. And the selection, before you select that primary package, a lot of reasoning has to come into it. That should be able to ensure that it will not interact with your products. You get that? Then, and also should be able to protect it well enough and hold it. Then the secondary packaging is actually to ensure and render more protection, just as we see the beta part for these capsules. Then, as we said before, the tertiary packaging is like this carton. If you have to make it transport to fireplaces, it has to withstand a lot of stress, a lot of handling. And if you just imagine where this is the one that we have to package, send to Lagos, you know that you are going to have problems. EPB is this secondary packaging here. So this, when you are going to package your products, as we are doing commercial now, you have to bring all this into consideration. So what are the functions of a package? Can somebody tell us? We don't look at packaging mainly as something that should be beautiful. We'll come to that. Okay. My name is Amsat Rafi. And the function of packages are many, but one is to ensure the longevity or to prolong the shelf life of the product. That's one. That's very good. Okay, good morning, my name is Suleiman Abdulkarim. One of the importance of packaging is to make the product more attractive to the consumers actually, and also it helps the buyer to know exactly what the medicine is going to do for him. Yes, you are correct. But the essence of this lecture, we're going to see that the functions of packaging is much more than this. And with these trainings, we are becoming experts in your field. So, and it's very important for you to know all this. One of the major functions is containment. What do you mean by containment? To be able to carry the material. So before you select a packaging material that you contain the material, you have to bring good reasoning. For example, if you are producing a cream, do you understand? You have to select a package, a container that is good enough that the person that is going to use it should be able to remove the products very, very easily. Do you get that? And in pharmacy, we usually call that a wide-mouthed jar. Do you get? So you have to use a wide-mouthed jar. Understand? Or your container, for example. Another function again is that of protection. So you must use a package that should be able to give your product good protection. For example, you are producing a syrup or a mixture that sun can affect. Definitely, you have to use a package system to ensure that even though the rays of sun shines on it, it will have little effect on it. Do you get that? Good. Then another important function is also identification. Like, we have this product here. You see, what is this? How do you know? Good. So when they see your product, it should be easily identifiable, especially if they have more than one product. Is it not? So identification is one of that. Then carrying of relevant information. So let's talk about containment. Things we must know about our packaging material with respect to containment. When we talk about containment, we are talking about its ability to hold it well. So the properties, when selecting, considering a material you are going to use for packaging with respect to its as a good container, is that it must be strong enough. You get? There's one package, I saw we packed some drinks for small children. It's like this thing that they used to drink. Small cup like this. So if you are packaging maybe your cream in such kind of thing, will it be good? Definitely it will not be good, because it will not be able to withstand those pressures of handling. You get? So first, you must take into reasoning that your product, your container should be strong enough to be able to withstand handling stress. Then, we must also take a product that must not, a package or a container that will not leak your material. Because when you, for those of us that may be producing and sending to distributors, when you call those people that are going to flow from, because you are going to produce large quantities, is it not? Good. And you have your primary, your tertiary package, that is those cartons. If the primary package inside is not strong enough, those boys you paid to offload them, what do? They just throw it on the ground. Bah. Bah. It does not concern them what is inside. So if it's not strong enough, what happens? It will break and damage. So you have to put this into consideration. Do you get that? Then your container must not have interaction with your product, especially your primary container. Because if it has, definitely it may affect or alter your product. Like if you are producing, those of us that are producing mixtures, and use a kind of package, especially those of us that are using plastic packaging. And depending on the nature of your mixture or your liquid, if you get a substandard plastic package that is not well considered, you may find out that some of either the products, your mixture, some of them will leach inside, or some of the chemicals inside the container will also get into your products. That is why you can see some containers with some products. After some time, it will start changing color. Definitely, you know that that one is not good enough. Are we following? Then another important one is our container should be able to give adequate protection to our products. Do we get that?
And most of the elements that causes spoilage, do you understand, are usually, you see light, the sunlight, you get that? You see moisture. Do you know moisture? Good. The water in the atmosphere. Especially when we are producing which kind of products? Good. Powders, capsules, and tablets especially. Do you get? Then, another one again is oxygen, just the air. Because our herbal materials are actually chemicals. Do you agree? They are chemical, they are natural chemicals. So, and they can interact with both the light, the moisture, and oxygen. Another important one is also biological contamination. What do you mean by biological contamination?
I'm Ahmed Abdulaziz from Kogi State. When we say biological contamination, it means microbes, that is microorganisms.
Very good. We are talking about bacteria, fungi, and also other parasites. Do you understand? Like all those ones that are not bacteria and they are not fungi, protozoa and so forth, they can contaminate your. Then, another one is mechanical damage. You also mentioned it, that of it being hard enough. So our packaging material should be strong enough and should give adequate protection to these elements. One of the package that we can use to protect light, our materials from spoilage by light is, do you see this bottle? What is the color? We call it amber colored. So it's usually, that's why we find out that if you go to most of the conventional medicines, most of the packaging is usually amber colored. Even though they may not even know whether it's spoiling, but to just give adequate protection. So it's usually good to use amber colored because whether you like it or not, our herbal medicines are chemical and they may have interaction. This is a product from Niprid. Understand? What is this product? My eyes is not. What is it, please? Neem oil. Okay. No, not that. This one. There's neem oil. Very good. It's even an oil for topical applications. Yet it's packaged in this. So you should be able to consider this. That's the importance of such lectures, that packaging is not only about the aesthetic quality of your products. That is one aspect. We will come to that. So one of the major things is that you ensure that when it gets to those people, as soon most of us will be exporting our products to London, to Canada, to all these places, it's going to, they will find it very, very effective. Do you get that? Good. And the only way it can be effective, just as you made it, is by, that you have the right packaging. So, what will we say now are the qualities of a good packaging material from all what we've said? Can somebody enumerate for us that when you are going to select packaging material now, you are not only going to make that good design that people will be attracted to. What are the qualities or what we will be looking out for? Nobody will help us. We've said that it must give adequate protection to your products. That is very, very important. That's number one here.
Sorry, you barely have 2 minutes to round up. Please, 5 minutes of excess. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that you are looking for. Okay, let's go. So the quality of a good packaging material, it must be able to protect our products from environmental conditions and also for other hazardous conditions. As you said, light and so on and so forth, those are part of the environmental. They should also be non-reactive with our package, with our products. And it must not impact any untoward properties such as taste or smell. Do you get that? Then it must also be non-toxic. And how do you know this? It's only when some kind of research is being done. Definitely, by the time you are doing your packaging, you are doing your production, there's, in this modern way, there will be some elements of research that you have to do. Then another one, that the packaging materials must be able to protect the dosage form from physical damage, as you said, from breakage. And another one is tamper resistance. Like when you make your, do your production, you understand, and your products are usually well sought in the society, which means it will be subject to it being faked, is it not? So how do you ensure that people don't fake? It's by you to ensure that in your packaging material, you instill what we call tamper proofing. That once somebody tampers with it, the person that is going to purchase it will know. Just as you have some of this product here, you see this, it has a kind of a tamper seal here, that before you open it, you have to break that seal, understand? And some companies also put some other type of tamper sealing that are also more sophisticated than this. It depends on how your product is. Then, your packaging must also be conform to large-scale production. Like if you are producing using a machine, it should be able to be made in such a way that your filling will be easy for you. Then, what are the criteria that we are going to use to select our packaging material? What do we consider? One of the major things we are going to consider here is the target patients. As we've already mentioned them before, and one of them is the formulation type. Definitely, if you are formulating a cream, the kind of packaging you are going to look for will definitely be different from when you are packaging maybe a mixture or a powder. Then another one is the dose regimen. The dose regimen we are talking about, for example, how do you package? Some people package their produce powders, and powders, you may decide to package it in a kind of bulk package or bulk container, where you tell the person to scoop. Maybe you put in a spoon and tell the person to take 1 spoon. Maybe he's adding it into a akamu or something like that. Or you are putting it into unit dosage. When you are talking about unit dosage, you are putting it into small sachets, where the person, if you want to take, takes only one of the sachets at a time. Are you following? Then another one is that another factor, important factor we are going to consider is also stability. Stability is selecting a packaging material that ensures that the way your product is from beginning, understand, after manufacture, is the way it's going to be until after it's being used by the customer or by the patients. And the important things here, as we said before, is the barrier requirements. As we said, like those tamper caps we said.
Then, our speaker, sorry, your time is up, but just round up. Can you just rush through our round up?
We expect that we are they are being taught.
Yes, we can't take the whole day. We know there's a lot to be taught today, but we have several other speakers.
Okay, so let's rush quickly. So then, as you said, the criteria here is the product stability. Then another important one is the commercial, that is the marketing aspect, as we said. As you said, is this one is to ensure that your packaging material comes out very, very beautiful, very, very attractive, understand? And apart from this, you should also come out in such a way that it should be cheap enough. It should be not too expensive to make your product to be very, very expensive. Another one here is the regulatory considerations. We see that there's actually regulatory requirements. We see the requirement by NAFDAC. And for those of us that will be exporting, you also have to know what is the regulatory requirement on packaging of where you are sending your goods to. Then another very important aspect of packaging, sorry, just give me 5 minutes, I'll just round up, is that of information. Your packaging is to give adequate information to the user of the product. And the aspect of this, the components of your packaging that supplies this information is the label. Do you get that? Is the label that is being put. So, and what are the functions of the label? Is to actually give information with respect to the name, strength, and quantity of your product, the storage instructions, how the product will be used, and also the name and address of the producer, which is very, very important. And another important function is actually the identification. Whenever you see a product like this one here, you should be able to know that this is this product. So let's just go here. We know that the agency that regulates traditional herbal medicines or herbal medicines in Nigeria is NAFDAC. Do we know that? Good. And they have actually requirements before your product will be licensed or listed or registered. So, and these are for whatever products you'll be sending for listing or for registration, with respect to your packaging, these informations must be put there. And these are, as far as your labels are concerned, the name of your product must be there. The quantitative list of the ingredients by their botanical names must be there. The dosage form, is it liquid? Is it a cream? Must be there. Then also the net content in terms of weight. What is the weight of the product? Must be there. The direction for use of your product must also be there. And another important one here again is the indication. What is it meant for? Even though there must not be any claims. Then you must also put in the batch number, the manufacturing date, the expiration date, the special, that is, another thing here again is the storage conditions. It must be part of this. Then your address, where it's being manufactured, another registration number, the dosage, how should it be taken, 2 capsules twice daily or so on. Mode of administration, is it to be taken by mouth or to be inserted? Then duration of use. These are the requirements by NAFDAC as far as your labeling in terms of your packaging is concerned. So in conclusion, packaging is an integral part of your finished herbal medicines. We know that. And also the right and appropriate packaging should always be used. So we should not always consider just the aesthetic quality of your material. And we should always follow those guidelines, because those guidelines that are eliminated, if they are not followed, definitely NAFDAC will not list your products. Thank you.
Thank you for taking your time. Thank you, Dr. Philip, for your wonderful presentation. Can we have another round of applause for him? You know, that lecture was supposed to be 20 minutes. So we did 35, 40 minutes. So it has eaten much into the next presentation time. You know, these lectures, like the DJ said yesterday, they are loaded. It's not what you can actually learn in few minutes, or, you know, each of these modules is supposed to be taught for a whole day. But this is what we are imparting on you in just few minutes, so that you can have some semblance of what we are talking about. Subsequent modules will go more into the details of all this, and then you improve the quality of your product. So without wasting more talking so much, let me make my own presentation. We will do question and answer after my presentation. Okay. Yes, we'll be talking on stress-free strategy for registration of herbal medicines, the role of NIPRID. NAFDAC focal person was here with you yesterday, and I believe some of you interacted with her on what they can do. But if not, we'll be learning some more about what it takes. How many of us have a NAFDAC registered product? Can you indicate? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's great. How many products? 1? More than 1? 1. Right? You have more than 1. Many. That's great. So at least we have some people among us that have experienced the the registration process. So I won't, I have just 20 minutes to make this presentation. What we will do is, if you have any other questions, you can raise them during the discussion and interaction section. All right. So let's move on. So this is what we intend to look at: the learning objective, listing and registration process. Why do you list? The key requirements for listing and registration, role of NIPRIT, which is the real focus of this presentation, benefit of listing, and for more information, I'll give you some websites you can look at, and then we'll conclude. Go on. Now, go on. Go on. All right. So we ought to understand the registration process, the key requirement. The next slide, please.
It's a bit small. What to see how we can like to take over the whole thing.
Is it working now? Okay, the pointer. All right. Now, this is the regulatory provision for any herbal medicine that will be produced, imported, manufactured, distributed, exported in Nigeria, or sold in Nigeria. The regulatory provision is that it should be registered in accordance with a guideline set forth by NAFDAC. We've heard from several speakers that NAFDAC is the regulatory agency. And so there are provisions and guidelines set forth by NAFDAC, which we must follow in order for you to manufacture, import, export, distribute, advertise, sell, or use herbal medicines in Nigeria. And when you follow that guidelines and submit your product to NAFDAC, NAFDAC will give it a status called registered. It becomes a registered product. Next slide. But when you talk about registration, there are two status of registration. We have the listing, and then we have full registration. But they are both registration. But the listing is actually a form of registration given to identify the product, that this product exists, and it has passed some requirements for public consumption. The reason for NAFDAC issuing listing is because the full registration process is very cumbersome, it's tight, it requires good manufacturing practice to the full. So if you are to suggest people like you, I mean, you heard about the Smindam yesterday, the various categories of SMEs. He said we have the, is it micro, nano, micro, and the small scale. So most of us here are in nano. That's the truth. We're in nano. So we cannot even, meet the rigorous parameters that is required for full registration. That's why, for us to be able to at least have that product, NAFDAC, oh, it's working now. Okay. Now, NAFDAC, I decided to split it. Now, the listing is for 2 years. It's a form of endorsement or approval for public use of herbal medicine, which have met certain required standards for registration of the product, herbal medicine. And herbal medicine registration fall under dietary supplements and nutraceutics. The full registration is for 5 years. The tenure of the full registration is for 5 years. But each of these registration status can be renewed, you know, and they are product specific. You cannot register one product and you say, oh, you have registered all your products just because you have registered one of them. Each of the products, you have to subject them to the process. If you have 2 products for malaria, those 2 products must go separately for registration. You get it now? If you have 2 formulations, those 2 must go for the same process. So they are product specific. I'm still trying to get used to this. Sorry. Okay. Yes. Now, listing, which is the first status for small and medium scale enterprises usually, can progress to full registration when you now have the capacity to produce in large quantity or import from a recognized GMP certified facilities abroad. You can actually go for the full registration. And this registration process, like you'll find out later on, involves credible product documentation. It's just a documentation process, but the documentation process will ensure that the very product you are registering is of quality, is consistent. Not that today you produce the product is bitter, tomorrow is sweet. Today is coarse in your mouth, tomorrow is fine. So make sure it's consistent, it is safe, you know, and it's of quality. Now, why do you list your product? Like I said, to ensure that all product produced and distributed for consumption by the public meets these standards, which is uniformity. It is uniform, it is safe, it is effective, and then it is well packaged. How many of us have packaged products? If you have packaged products, your product is packaged. You just listened to Professor Builders about packaging and packaged products. So from what you learned from the last session, if you have a packaged product, let me see your hands. Secretary, help me count. Let me count.
1, 2, 3. Get to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,
19. We just, out of 50 of us, we have only 19 people with packaged product. I hope the rest of us are trying to package our products. Or are you okay at the level of extraneous product, where you just mix it in your house and give them a cup to drink? That is not the stage we should stay. We can start from there. But the next stage is you package the product for mass production and public use. It will be easier for you. I'll make you make more money, and then you can grow. So that's where we are going to. We will all have time to raise questions later. It's interesting, but we'll give you time to ask questions. So that is where we are going to. You see, we start from here, where we just prepare it raw, and then we move to where we can put it in a formulated form. These are capsules or tablets. Some formulated forms are liquid or ointment. And then you do your full packaging into blisters. You've heard about the primary, secondary, and tertiary packaging. This one is the secondary package. I think it's a full carton that you now talk about the tertiary packaging, which can withstand transportation stress, storage stress, and other form of stress. Yes. Now, this must be the characteristics of products before you list them. Must be harmless, free of contaminants, uniform in appearance, well packaged, have appropriate labeling information, and be active. You've heard about these two have been taken in our earlier lectures, where you have to package your product very well, and the package will have the right labels. The labeling information must be correct. A condition for full registration. When you, after listing your product, usually NAFDAC will put it under observation, where information such as are there complaints about the product? Are there favorable unfavorable reactions? And is it effective? You know, as indicated. All this will be answered before you can fully register your product. But the truth is, for those who are bringing in product from a GMP facility outside the country to be registered here, such products must have the clinical information, at least up to phase 1 clinical information. That is the clinical data that it is safe and it is effective and is fit for human consumption. Some form of clinical information has to come with it if you are importing from outside. But if you are developing from within and you have listed, then this information should be documented to say, are there complaints anywhere? Are there unfavorable reactions like skin rashes, swollen mouth, and all that, swollen eyes or face or purging, which are not indicated in the product label? Are there adverse reaction? So those information NAFDAC will ask you before. Now, these are the key requirements for you to list. There are informations that are there. They're actually available on NAFDAC website, but you may not find all of them maybe in one place, but they are there. And you have to have a corporate identity. Those of you who said you have a registered product, about 3 of you, I think you did this. You have a registered name, a business name, or incorporated company, and then your product must be trademarked. The name must be unique to you and registered with the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. They have their trademark office there. So you trademark your product, and then for those who doesn't have manufacturing facility, there must be evidence that you have a contract with a manufacturing facility that is approved by NAFDAC, that has NAFDAC approved facility, you know. So if you are importing from outside the country, the facility must be GMP compliant, like the GLRD products, most of which are herbal products, they are producing GMP compliant facility. But within, you can identify 1 or 2 people with NAFDAC approved facility. NAFDAC has a prototype for developing a manufacturing facility. So if you want to build your own, you contact them, they give you the drawing. They have an engineering drawing that contains all the requirements that you need to put in place for your facilities to be approved. There must be, okay, I've talked about inspection of facilities if you are producing or manufacturing. Otherwise, all you need to have is a contract, that is an agreement with a facility that is already producing. I think for those producing pure water, that is what they do. The NAFDAC will come and, also inspect the facility and make sure that it's in the right order. Then you must have certificate of analysis of the product, and there are information on the certificate that it is safe and is free from germs and is free from harmful heavy metals. And most of this information on certificate of analysis can actually also be found in number 6. Number 6, which is product technical dossier or master file using TIFs. TIFs is a technical information submission template. NAFDAC will require you to submit your technical information using this template. It's available on their website, and the various sections of the template I will show you shortly. Products should be well packaged and labeled. We have heard about packaging. Now, these are the information that should be in the certificate of analysis, the product name, but key is this, these ones in red, the physicochemical analysis parameters, the heavy metals, the microbial assay, and the toxicology or safety evaluation. Now, this is what is contained in the TICs, technical information submission templates. You must have the general description of the components, the chemical constituents, the identity, the pharmacological properties of the component plants, then the safety data. The one in red are compulsory information that must be provided. The formulation data, that is the tablets, the capsules, or the ointment. After formulating them, we have what they call formulation data on them. How stable are they, and how friability and all that. The pharmaceutical technologies people know what to do when you request this formulation data from them, especially for full registration. Labeling information is compulsory. Your product must have a label and even a leaflet inside the package. Now, to the meat of the matter, I barely have about 5 minutes to round up. What can NIPRID do? NIPRID is an institution, research institution with 5 technical departments that can actually provide information in most of these technical areas that is listed in that TIS. So we do phytochemistry and pharmacognostic study to know the active constituents and the description of the plant. So we can do that. Okay. So we can provide safety data. We can provide formulation and packaging data. We can guide you in the process. We have a full-fledged consultancy services unit, which I head. I'm the head of consultancy services. So if you want some of these services, you can come to us, we'll guide you through the process. But the only thing is that you must also have some money to, to go through the process. This is our edifice. You are the topmost floor now. You are somewhere up there where we are having this, but each of these floors has laboratories that we use in doing those analysis. Now, this is our core competencies. You've seen it. This slide will be given to you for you to take away. So you don't need to probably write anything down. These are some of the staffs. This is the spray drying room. We have some staff with HPLC doing some analysis there. This B2, that is for microbial analysis. This is where some of the cabinets that is being used. And these are also some chemists doing some analysis there. So all the teams are available. This is animals. These are animal cages. There, we have a full-fledged animal facilities where we do our safety studies. Now, these are the departments where the various studies are done. Some of these departments, I'll just run through. We have the Department of Medicinal and Plant Research and Traditional Medicine, Department of Medicinal Chemistry and Quality Control, Department of Microbiology and Biotechnology, and then we have Pharmacology and Toxicology, Pharmaceutical Technology and Raw Materials Development. We have the DMU, that is the Drug Manufacturing Unit, and then the Pilot Plant, which is under NPR and TM. And we have a research clinic for observational studies, which is a clinical study. Conclusion. Now, these are the benefits of this list. Some of you have mentioned it earlier during the first lecture. It will better give the public a good perception of your product. If your product is listed, the public will have better perception. I think you can testify. Those of you who register products, you can testify. They will accept it because they will believe that it is safe, it is of quality, and it's effective. They will also, it can also support commercialization and marketing. And then you have the potential of going for full registration after listing. And of course, there's potential for airport. You have heard of Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. One of the problems why we are not benefiting as a nation is because of some of these things. We are not able to produce our product up to the right quality that other countries will accept. So the approach is for us to start from within. If we can start from within and do the right product, do what we are supposed to do, then it will be very easy for people to come in, even if you don't want to export, they can come themselves and come and buy. Just like we are going to China, are going to buy and bring to Nigeria. So if you just produce and produce, if you don't bother about even exporting, they will come here and meet you. I want to take this product to Ghana. I want to take it to Sierra Leone. And the process of putting it through the custom and everything will be their problem. So we are encouraging all of us to ensure that our product become of international standard. Now, like I promised, these are the list of websites you can visit for more information to get your trademark, register your the business name with CAC, get your trademark from Ministry of Trade and Investment, get your technical report using NIPRID laboratories, and then and so forth and so, so on and so forth. Thank you for listening. At least I was better than Dr. Philip Jotas. Please, Dr. Philip, come and share the seat with me while we take questions. Just hold on. Before the question, just note your question, write it down so that you stop, we won't waste time while trying to ask questions. Write your questions down. Write your comments down. Secretariat, please, if they don't have paper, just give them papers. Let them write their questions, their name. Before you ask questions, you tell us your name, your organization, your state, and then you ask your question. I've said earlier also that you'll be giving questionnaires. Do we have the questionnaires? You also tell us your area of practice while asking questions or making a contribution. Secretariat, please, do we have the questionnaire? The first one. Is it ready? Please, I want them to have it. So, can you lift up your hand to have questions or contributions so that we identify you and give you numbers? We are going to identify you and give you numbers. So, note your number. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. Please give number 1.
My name is Mohammed Sani from Kaduna State. I'm the CEO of Alberca Herbal Medicine. in packaging, identification is mentioned. So my question is, what is more suitable in packaging? What are the kind of products to be pronounced, and what are the kind of products are meant not to be pronounced in packaging, meaning the bottles? You get my question? You made mention of identification in packaging. So we have different products and different colors. I mean, the color of the products. For example, if I am to package maybe this hand sanitizer, you understand, you give an example, it is being transparent so that it will be identified. And there are products that maybe if it is transparent, maybe it can get damaged easily, or the product might not be suitable within that container. So what I am asking is that, what are the type of products that are meant to be pronounced, and what are the products that are meant not to be pronounced?
My name is Amusat Rafi, CEO, Goni Plus Organic Farm. I'm from Youth for Apicultural Initiative Organization. My question goes this. When Dr. Henry was giving his presentation, he made mention of certificate of analysis and technical information submission. So I want to ask, who give certificate of analysis? That's number one. Two, who also give certificate of technical information submission? Those are my two questions.
My name is Dr. Solomon Ojo Aloja, MD. I'm from Crown State. I'm the CEO, Slow Term Complementary and Alternative Medicine. Sir, I want to ask, as you have earlier said, that NAPREP can help us for our products. So, and we need that is going to cost us. So what are the things, or what is going to be the cost? Because like me now, I have some products. I've not brand my product, but they make a request from overseas. So, and this product, I've produced it, I've tested on it, the feedback they sent to me is high. So I am having challenges. So how can you help me out to get my product packaged? Even though I haven't brought some here. And I have proof, I have documents, I document some, I have the evidence, the feedbacks from me. So
my name is Idrisalu Baba, the CEO of Musab Herbal Remedies and Cosmetic Enterprise. I'm from Association of Complementary and Alternative Medicine. I'm from Niger State. My question goes like this. In herbal medicine, are we allowed to make our product in a blister pack? Then the other question is, what is the approved color of a gelatin for herbal products? Then number three is, we have been talking about the expiring date of herbal products. And I'm sure my colleagues will believe with me that the dates that the NAFDAC always approve for the herbal products for their expiring date, I think is too short.
I'm Dr. Fakbonda Kabira Oluwatoyin from Lagos State. I'm a member of Lagos State Traditional Medicine Board, and I'm TBA. So my question is, are TBA allowed to produce and package products? So that's my question, sir. Then number 2 question is, how can nitrate help us in evaluating our products? Thank you. Fakbonda Kabira Oluwatoyin.
Good morning, all. I'm Tunde Olabi from Park Saver Clinic, Edo State. Firstly, to Dr. Igariva, please. Can NIPRE carry out assay on cancer? Then second point is a kind of observation somebody raised yesterday. For this packaging or whatever that concern NAFDAC, I think NAFDAC personnel is supposed to be here, because in listing, for example, when they list, they give you 2 years for renewal. Most of the time, before they issue you the certificate, it's expired already. It's 2 years, it's already expired before they give you. So I believe if one of them is here today, they'll be able to do justice to that. And of the second question I want to ask, is it possible, knowing the rudimency of this full registration, is it possible for an individual to have a full registration, for an individual TMP to have a full registration, NAFDAC registration, considering the financial implication and other things? And I just want to know if NAFDAC, NAPRE products, if they are fully registered or they are listed. Thank you.
Good morning. I am TMP Yusuf Olajide, the CEO of Olasin Herbal Nigeria Limited, FCT Abuja. My first question to Dr. Philip. We know quite well that amber-colored plastic containers are good for packaging pharmaceutical products, but sometimes we don't know where we can get them. So I don't know if we can, I want to ask if through you, we can get these bottles easily. The second question is to the last speaker, and the question is, some of us, we have products that we need to register that need to be in a liquid form, but the NAFDAC requirement for registering of liquid product is far higher, cumbersome, compared to registering of herbal capsules and powders or teas. So because of the requirement for water sanitization and all of that. So it's more capital intensive. And so some of us have liquid product we need to register, but because we are not able to meet up with the water requirement, cleaning and all of that. So we decide to base on the powder side, the tea and the other capsules. So with the facilities that NAFDAC has, do you people accept contract manufacturing? Let me say we have, I have a product I want to bring out my factory. I don't have the right equipment to be able to meet up with NAFDAC demand. Can I bring my product to you? You help me manufacture it in a liquid form. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for those questions. We have been made to understand that there are questions online from online participants. Please, can they read it?
There are a few questions from those who are participating online. Solomon Domshak said from Plateau State, Jos said, is there any online platform? Sorry, I'm reading yesterday's question. Let me go to today's one. Okay, so today's questions is Yunus Ebi in Godiga. Yunus Ebi in Godiga said, are there other international agencies which could need listing and registration of the product in case the product is exported? That's the first question. The second one is from Professor Alphonsus Ekwerike. Professor Alphonsus asks, for easiness to the TMP, I think it's for easiness to the TMP, can clinical trials grants be made available and accessible for them? If not grants, can loan without interest be made accessible to attract and encourage them to do clinical trials? From Professor Alphonsus, Dean, School of Health Sciences and Research Director, College of Science, Medicine, Clarentian University of Nigeria, Owerri, Imo State. Then the next question is from Solomon Domshak. Solomon Domshak said, thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question, what is the price range for the laboratory processing and packaging? The next question is from Shehu Musa Doguwa. Shehu Musa Doguwa from Doguwa Healthcare and Alternative Medicine. These questions are, one, why batch number is important to write on packaging? I think he wants to ask, why is it important to write batch number on packaging? Number two, does primary material for packaging need to be sterilized? Then the next question is from, okay, the name of the person is not written here. He said TechnoSpark 5 Pro is not written here. So please, the person should not self. My own question is that, does it mean someone has to wait for NAFDAC requirements before making any product at all? What are the likely consequences of those who are doing herbal products at local community, but not in commercial standard? Okay, that is, sorry, his name is Alhaji Adekomaya Abdusemi Ukolawole, Principal Consultant, Adekomaya Herbal Care Center, Ogun State. Next question. Rofia Olasumbo Ayodele. What is the cost implication of contractor manufacturing with nitrate? Next question. Solomon Domshak again. He said, I suggest online platforms like Facebook and WhatsApp should be created for onward communication. This was mentioned yesterday, and we said we were going to discuss it and agree. Last question. One more. He said, is there any, from Waziri, from Nasir Waziri, is there any government support on how to send our herbal message to other countries? Musa Madugu from Kano, what is the contribution of NIPRI to the herbalists promote our micro product, as we know have capacity to buy heavy machine for making the product to the international standard?
Thank you. Thank you. We were expecting this. These two topics will stimulate a lot of questions and interaction. I believe that at least we will try as much as possible to clarify some of the issues, and if there are further questions, or we can engage personally, officially with NIPRID on our official portal. Before we continue, I want to ask, do we have the questionnaires? Do we have the questionnaires? All right. While you are looking at it, I don't want you to be distracted. I want you to pay attention to the clarification will be given so that you don't repeat questions that have been answered because time is of essence. We want to go and have our tea breaks. Over to you, Dr. Philip.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. For the questions, we are going to try as much as possible to touch all of them. And please, as we take these questions, it's possible that we are jotting them down. That if by any of the questions are omitted, please just raise up your hand. To start with that of packaging, someone asked with respect to the packaging material. Which packaging material should be, he said, first identification. Yes, as you design your packaging material, as you select, because if you are to produce your herbal medicine, you have to select and then design your packaging material. Oftentimes, if you want to do commercial, do a successful commercial production and a good packaging, probably you must need a consultant. And for the identification, I showed you the hand sanitizer. It's not that the hand sanitizer, what made it to be hand sanitizer is not it being transparent enough alone. But everybody knows that the regular hand sanitizers are what? Transparent. Are they not? Good. So when you are packaging it, which means you tend towards it being transparent. During your packaging of your herbal medicines, you've also seen herbal medicines, foreign herbal medicines that have come to Nigeria. And you see that their packaging materials are exquisite. They are good. They meet almost all those conditions, all those criteria we've listed. They are good. They have a good protection ability on their products. They have good identification that when you see it, just as you see this is Nuclovix. It was a nitric research product for sickle cell, but it's now marketed by May and Baker, now produced by May and Baker. By looking at it, can you not be able to differentiate it anytime you see it? You cannot miss it anywhere now. So you see it, boldly written Nuclovix with other inscriptions on it. So that is why we say it's used for identification. You cannot place it. You cannot say somebody, please go and bring me Nuclovix, and he brings this to you and he tells you that he made a mistake. Is it possible? Unless the person may have some little eye problem. You get, that's why we say it's can be used for. Yes. So by identification that when you carry your products from its packaging, you should be able to know, be able to identify it. I don't know whether I've answered this correctly. Is it okay? Okay, what do you mean?
What I mean is, when packaging, the bottle you are to use in packaging, that is what I mean, the bottle.
Okay, you mean which of them, whether to select transparent one or to use amber colored one? Is it what you mean?
Which one is suitable?
Good. That is why, for you to really produce your herbal medicine, there should be some extent of research and development. For you to know whether your product has stability under the sunlight. But if you are not sure at all, it's better to use the amber colored one. Do you understand? That if you are not sure, like, I don't know if I may digress into somebody that asked question on NAFDAC registration. Why is it so short? Let me digress relative to that. Because oftentimes, you have to do shelf life determination to know that your shelf life of this your product is 2 years, 4 years, or 5 years. But NAFDAC is sure that probably you did not do it at all. So that's why they put you, to be on the safe side, they select that short one. No matter what, your product will not expire between that time. So if you are doing your product and it's difficult for you as you are, when you are being listed and you don't have that money, you haven't sold enough money to do into those research things. So which means to be on the safe side, take the one that favors all, which is the amber colored one. Is it okay? Then somebody said on blister pack, if you are manufacturing tablets or capsules, yeah, you can equally use blister pack. There's no problem with that. It does not harm the product. If instead it protects it more from moisture and light, from moisture especially, is it not? And also from other contaminants from reaching it. It's a relatively higher technology than just pouring your capsules into a container, is it not? So you can use blister packs. So approve, is it gelatin capsules you are talking about? Good. You can use now, you say what color? No, the color you use depends on you. That is why we say that one of the functions of packaging is identification. It depends on the kind of color of a gelatin capsule you want to use. It depends on you. If you are producing maybe 4 dosage forms and they are capsules, do you understand? Which means you may use one, maybe black and yellow. Another one, black and green. You use them to separate each of them. You know, I think it's this company. Is it Glaxo that produces Ampiclos, produces Amoxil, and you find out that they have different colors of capsule shells, is it not? So it depends on you, whichever you want to use. NAFDAC will not stop you from using whatever color you want to use. So I've answered the question on dating. Why NAFDAC gives you short expiration date? Because they are not sure that you've done that, that you've carried out the shelf life determination. You want to? No, it's you that. Why did they permit you to list your product at all? If you go other places, they don't approve anything like listing. They only do this thing to help the generality of people. If not, you ask for full registration. And with full registration, you must do clinical trials. You understand? You should do that. But because of to help everybody, do you understand? When you have full registration, NAFDAC will not reduce your or give you another what's it called, expiration date. They won't do that. Because they know that there's a lot of standardization that have gone into your products. But when you are listed, they're just helping you. It's just like you going into the rain and somebody running and bringing umbrella and covering you up. That is what NAFDAC is doing with listed. That's why you can produce your product now and do those simple tests he has mentioned, and at the end of the day, you can get your product listed. Somebody asked, can TBAs, that is traditional birth attendance package products, is it what was asked? Good. Whether you are TBA, you are bone setter, you are whatever, so long as you are producing a herbal medicine, it's a different thing. What they are looking at is your production. The same requirement that you need for the person, anybody, is just how do you produce your product. You have to give them all those things that ensures that your products are of quality that is required. Understand? That is it. Okay, maybe take some now.
Okay, thank you, Professor Builders. Yes, your tea will soon get cold. Do we go to tea break, or do we continue with question and answer? Those in favor of tea break say aye. Those that is not in favor say nay. Ah, the ayes are. So you will go for tea. We'll go for tea break. So just before we go, I will give Dr. Builders opportunity to just answer just two more, so that the people at the tea break can set up very well for us and be ready. Please, the people for tea break, are they ready? You are ready. So we'll just answer two, then we'll go for tea break. When we return, we'll just use like 5-10 minutes to address the other questions, and then we'll move on to the next presentation. Is that okay? Yes, I think that'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I will use that opportunity to that. Okay, somebody asked on why is it necessary to have batch number? The essence of batch numbers is for you to be able to track your products. You know, products, when you are following good manufacturing practice, you produce in batches. And by producing in batches, you can be able to, if there's a problem, you should be able to track which batch has that problem. If possibility, unfortunately, they have issue that you must recall all your products. They must trace which one has that problem. So will you want, if there's eventuality where there's a problem, that they will go and look for all your products wherever they are and bring them back? No, they should be able to know which batch has that problem and what happened. Who and who was on duty that day that this thing was produced. They should be able to track it. That is the essence of batch numbers, and it's very important in production. Then somebody also asked, must primary packaging, must it be sterile? Usually, for most formulations that are, there are special formulations that need especially to be sterile. I'm sure most of us will know that. Example is what? Injections, eye drops. Understand? Those ones must be sterile. But we found out that herbal medicines, especially those we have here, are not formulated as eye drops or as injections. Yet, there must be organisms that must be absent. And that is why when you are producing for commercial purpose, there must be microbial evaluation to ensure that those microorganisms are not present. So necessarily, packaging, primary packaging material must not really be sterile. But if you can go ahead to sterilize it, there's nothing wrong. Only that the technology of sterilization is very expensive. But it must ensure that it must be clean enough, does not have those listed microorganisms. So I think I've answered it. I can take my leave now.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Dr. Builders. Like we said, is your question on packaging? Can you repeat? You know the question.
I asked, are we short of the amber color?
Yeah, sorry, directly from me, I may say no, but it's easy to source because if you come to Nigeria, in Nigeria here, most of our indigenous local producers, they produce with a lot of amber colored bottles, and sourcing them is not so difficult, especially at industrial scale. So if you meet the marketers of raw materials, because even we in Nigeria, we use them. So that if you come to NIPRID, you can meet the consultancy unit, they can be able to advise you better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we have a round of applause for him? And I want to also thank you all for your attention and contribution. We'll continue after the tea break. So let's go for tea break, please. Thank you. Please go for tea break. We don't have time to, we are coming back immediately. Please go for tea break. Yeah, I'm around. I'm at the conference upstairs. Yes. Hello. Okay. So when I finish, I'll let you know. Yeah, while we are having our tea breaks, we will just continue from where we stop to save time. Specifically, I think the questions on packaging have been answered. Somebody asked the cost. Now, somebody asked who gives certificate of expenditure. I think that was Wasiu, the Youth for Agricultural Initiative also. And then who issued certificate of analysis and who produced the TIST, that's the Technical Information Submission Template. The certificate of analysis is issued by laboratories, accredited laboratories, who did the analysis for you. If you come to NIPRID for analysis, for instance, safety study or analysis, acute safety, we will issue you the results, and that is the certificate of analysis. If you come for microbial analysis, where you do microbial load and ensure that the product is safe from harmful organisms, we will issue you certificate of analysis. So depending on the test you do, we'll issue you certificate of analysis. Is that certificate of analysis, which has been signed by NIPRID, that you take to NAFDAC along with your documentation for them to list your product. The major requirements that they need is the safety. The product must be safe, and it must be free from microbial contamination. It must be free from harmful heavy metals like lead. You know, we have lead problem in Nigeria. So once you have those certificates of analysis from NIPRID or any other NAFDAC recognized laboratory, usually all laboratories that have been certified by IPAN, Institute of Public Analysis of Nigeria, I think NAFDAC accept their results. NIPRID, NAFDAC accept our results. We are a government organization and we are ISO 17025 certified. That means the results coming out from our laboratories recognized by over 150 countries in the world. So we are ISO 9001 certified. So our laboratory is well known worldwide. When we issue results here, there is no dispute anywhere. Not just for herbal medicines, even for other drugs. We have international organizations coming to us to do analysis. Malaria Consortium brought several samples, more than 50 samples last year to do analysis. We have GAIN, NACA, bringing products here to come and analyze, to make sure that they are fit for public use and they are up to international standard. So NAFDAC don't joke with our result. And moreover, our Director General is a member of NAFDAC board. He's a board member of NAFDAC. So we work hand in hand to make sure that things go well. The technical information submission template is a list of requirements you need to put together as a person or as an organization. As a TMP, you are the one that will prepare that one. So, but in doing it, you may have to get an expert that will help you put them together. If you are not knowledgeable enough, for those of us who are already scientists that have the basic knowledge, you can do it yourself and put them together. Some of the information you'll find in the net, you'll find in the internet, like the plant description. Some of them you get it in the internet. But you have to make sure that the ones you get in the internet are well supported by acceptable journal publications, not just what some people, random people put up in the net. It must be verifiable, it must be from a reliable source. All right. So when you pull them up from various publications, NAFDAC will accept it, especially when you quote your source. I think that answered that. You may have to get a consultant or work with a scientist or somebody who is knowledgeable in getting information from different sources to pull them together for you. Yeah. Yes, you cannot even get the specific because different products and from different persons require different information and different things. For instance, if you are dealing with a plant that you don't have information on the net, at least credible information on, you may need to start the information from the scratch. In that case, you need an established authority like NIPRID or a professor somewhere or an analytical lab somewhere to put up some of those information in an acceptable format, scientific format for you to present. So in that case, you have to pay for all those kind of things. If you are going to get pharmacological information, for instance, which help in describing how the leaf of the plant is, how the stem is, some chemicals inside it and all that. All those things require studies. But if the studies are already available in the internet, you just download the paper and attach to your technical information list, and NAFDAC will accept it since somebody already published the information. But if the information does not exist, you will have to provide it. That's the point I'm making, and that will add to your money. But ordinarily, what NAFDAC require is acute toxicity test. Acute toxicity test in NIPRID costs 50,000 for now. You know the value of our naira now, and you know the volatility. So the price can change at any time. Before now, we used to charge 25,000, 30,000. But late last year or thereabout, it has to move to 50,000 naira. And we have tried to keep it at that, even though things have changed a lot. But we also know that we are dealing with nano SME, what do you call them? Nano level SMEs. So we are trying to keep the price as low as possible. Microbial analysis used to cost 20,000 earlier last year, but since December it has moved to 40,000. You see it. So you can see that the cost really, if you save for it, it is affordable. It's not something outside this, but what people don't know is that any result that is over 6 months or thereabout, NAFDAC will turn it down. If you do analysis now and you don't submit it and wait till 2023 and go and submit it, NAFDAC will say go and repeat the result. So you have to put your house in order and know exactly when you want to do this thing. Assemble the money when you know that it's just laboratory analysis that is remaining. You must have gone to register your product with your name, the name of your company with CAC, brand your product, give it a name, a trademark, and register with trade and industry. And then you do your tests and know where the gaps are. And then you know that, okay, it's laboratory analysis I need to do now. You do your package. To do this is not difficult. It's the printer and the packaging people. You do your package like this, but the product inside it, the formulation and everything, you can also do it. You know, consult with people like NIPRID and other agencies. We don't have time, so we are moving on now to the next section. Before we proceed, before I announce the resource person that will be talking to us, I want you to look at your questionnaire again if you have finished filling it. Okay, do we have any question in any area of the questionnaire that is not clear enough? Yes. Yes, yes. The reason, if you want to write your name, you can write it on top. The reason is because we are not actually interested in getting personal identifying information, so that we will not go and quote you, and then that could be a subject of another controversy somewhere. We are just interested in the information, because you can see the kind of information we are asking is general. They are not specific. We are not telling you to disclose your trademark, your trade secret to us. What we are interested is in the practice. How is our country going? How many people are doing this? Are we going the right way? Are we doing the right thing? So we are not trying to make it specific. But we already have your details anyway with us. This is to guide future studies and for us to advise government on what they should do. That's the reason for the questionnaire. So if you are finished, your signifier and the secretariat will come and collect it from you, because after the next speaker, we will have another questionnaire for you. Please note that unless we verify that you have filled your questionnaires, we will not be able to issue certificate of attendance. It's also a way of verifying your attendance. Anybody who did not participate in the 2 days event, maybe you say, oh, I won't come today because you were here yesterday, or those that didn't come yesterday and they are here today, they will not get certificate of attendance. You'll be trained, you'll be studied, you may get the materials, but you will not get certificate. The certificate of attendance is for 2 days training and not for 1 day training. So I hope we are clear. So if you are finished, submit your questionnaires to. Now, I want to introduce the next speaker. Okay. Yes, we are starting the next session right away. And in this session, we'll be covering 2 topics. We have record keeping and documentation by Mr. Adiola Jegede. He is an expert in planning, monitoring, and evaluation. So he will be taking that shortly. And the second title will be investment opportunities. Investment opportunities and funding strategy. But this time around, it will be by a resource person from Jai's Bank. So we'll start right away. Mr. Jagere, you can take up. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I go on into my presentation, I have 1 or 2 things to say, just to also give us updates about those participants who are online and to acknowledge receipt of some of their comments. Rofia Olasumbayodele said he thanks us for the presentations we have been having and for this workshop. Solomon Sopong said, please, what time or the duration for the tea break? So the tea break is over, so you can join us back again. Faisal Nasser said it was a wonderful presentation we just finished. Darlington Okafor, he said, what a great lecture and in-depth exposition. He thanks everyone. Georgios Adichie agreed with the earlier comments. Dr. Gowen Ogahanla said, please, sir, we that are online, they said they need their tea break and bread. So I don't know how that's one. So he said he's waiting for his own. Then Rabbi Saleh said, bon appetit. So these are the few comments we have so far. As we have other ones, we will share with all of us. Thank you very much, those online. Thank you very much, ma. Once again, my name is Adiola Jegede. Okay, you go back there. Thank you very much. So I'll be talking to us about record keeping and documentation. This is a major challenge in traditional medicine practice. This is a major challenge in government circle. This is a major challenge in our day-to-day individual life. So we are sharing personal experience, we are sharing corporate experience, and we are sharing experience that will directly relate to traditional medicine practice and how to move on. I was here when they asked how many people have registered products with NAFDAC. I think 3 people answered. For you to have products registered with NAFDAC, you need to do a lot of documentation. You ask for this, ask for that. So it's good now we are laying this foundation. So as we move on in this practice, it will help us to get our acts right in code towards documenting and recording what we do as TMPs. So it's record keeping and documentation. Brief presentation outline. I'll give a brief background. I'll define briefly what record keeping and documentation is all about. What are records and documents we need to keep as traditional medicine practitioners moving forward? What are the benefits of record keeping? It's not just an exercise in futility, it's for a purpose, it's to meet a need. What are the principles that are involved in record keeping and documentation? And then what are some of those practical steps which we'll discuss on how to improve record keeping and documentation in our practice to be able to achieve the necessary. So of course I'll conclude. So background, good record keeping or documentation is an important and fundamental aspect of traditional medicine practice. It has helped people, it has also put people in trouble. A written record detailing all aspects of patient's record is important, not only because it forms the integral part of the provision of care or management, but because it also contributes to the opportunity to reproduce such care for other patients and improve customer satisfaction. I brought in that word, customer satisfaction. Whether you are a producer of traditional medicine products, whether you are the one that meets patients, whether you are the one that cultivates, there is somebody that needs something from you at every point in time. Your staff also needs something from you every point in time. So record keeping and documentation will help the whole gamut of your organizational structure. Even the staff you have, even the business you are doing, even the stocks that you produce. Documentation also ensures a matter of professionalization and proof of improvement of practices. Many times we refer to the Chinese traditional medicine practice because they have a long history of documentation in their own language. Long history in their own language. So they don't need to rely on English language. They have been documenting and saving, even in scrolls, what they have been doing in earlier centuries. We don't have that culture, but it's something we need to improve. So what is record keeping? It is the act of keeping track of the history of a person's treatment, meeting customer needs, or organizational activities, generally by creating and storing consistent formal records. The last part of that definition is what I want us to please take note of. Creating and storing consistent formal records. We'll soon go to what are those formal records I need to keep in my practice. Is this a good record keeping? For this man to get a paper out of this bond is seeking help. What is documentation? The act of providing or authenticating records or evidence with documents. The presentation or provision of documents in substantiation of every. So for example, now I say I treat 5 patients every week. Someone said, let me see the records. You say, you are telling the person, somebody is from Suleja, somebody is from Gwaka, let me just see records. So even though you must have done that thing, but there's no evidence, there's nothing to show, whether physically on paper or even electronically. Some people these days go to the extent of actually having photographs of their patients. Maybe the patient came with swollen stomach, and after you are treated, the person is back. So as you are treating, you take the picture. When you finish treatment, just showing that picture from a swollen stomach to normal stomach is enough evidence, it's enough documentation. So as TMPs, find ways of documenting what you are doing. Even if you have farms, if you have a plantation you are working on, have ways of documenting what is happening there. Next slide. So what records or documents do we need to keep as traditional medicine practitioners? Patient records. In the questionnaire that we'll go through again, there is a question that says, how many patients do you see in a month, in 2 months, in 3 months? Every patient you have a file you open, and with every information concerning that patient in that file. For today or for tomorrow. 1, stock or product records. Some of us are producers of traditional medicine products, and we sell. Some we dispense. You need to keep a record of all of those. Because the truth is that traditional medicine practice is a practice, you are providing service, but it's also a business. One of the things that NIPID has done over the years is to license the patent of its product to people that produce it commercially. So it is what we're doing is business. So you need to have records of your patients, records of your products. If you are the one compounding, and for you to produce 20 products for sale, the things you need to buy are from the market. You need to be aware of how do you source those things. What records you have, in case you are not there, because one of the things that is very important record keeping is that you are trying to provide a legacy for people coming behind you. Before now, we used to do some surveys, and when you go to the field and you meet the practitioner, he's a very old man that cannot even walk again, but is just sitting on a mat. He will now call one of the students to sit down and be conducting the interview. But you can't record everything verbally. What else do you record and keep? Financial records. Staff records. You might have 2 staff now, but if you are planning to grow your business, you need to have in place who and who are my staff. What are the level of training capacity such staff have? Because everybody is trying to grow. Everybody is trying to develop. You need to keep that as a record. Referral records. The other time we did a survey and we were saying, because it's always said doctors don't like practitioners don't like doctors. It was when we went to the field, we realized that some of those practitioners do referrals to teaching hospitals. And at times they do get referrals from teaching hospitals. But if you do so that, what record do you keep? What evidence do you keep? Not that they just call me and the patient came and left. Bad record keeping. So any referral you do, whether from a colleague practitioner, whether from a recognized or established institution, whether between you and other people, there should be records of that in writing. And if you move forward, you can make it electronic. We'll soon get to that one. Then you also have what you call organizational performance records. Just like I said, TMP practice is business. So in 2020, if somebody comes to your establishment and say, how many people did you treat last year? What was the feedback? How much money do you make? You should be able to have some things written out somewhere. So we participated in this. Where is the evidence? I'm now trained this or that. Where is the evidence? So when I was here, I hear people introduce themselves as CEO. That's a big name. So you must have a plan to document what is happening in this my company. For next year, what is the plan of that company? How do you want to expand? Those things must be on paper. Next slide. These are examples of information that should be in a patient's record as a traditional medicine practitioner. Thank you, ma'am. Relevant patient history and examination findings. Some practitioners now have a form that if you come first time, if you go to the hospital for anything, they say go and collect card. Some TMPs are giving cards now. And when you come, it's the form they'll give you. You fill that form first, you give us all the details, so the man knows what and what he or she is dealing with. Records of diagnosis or steps taken to treat the patients must be documented somewhere. Decisions made and agreed actions to treat that particular patient must be documented in that form. Patients' concerns, preferences must be in a form. The products or other treatment that you prescribe for the patient must be recorded in a form. These are the kind of patient information that should be in a patient's record. Is it by referral? Then the date and time for each entry and the identity. Don't forget, you are doing all of this for reproducibility of the treatment care. You are doing it so that if the patient comes, you don't need to go all over all of this information all over again. Then any feedback information from the patient must be documented. You tell the patient, you gave the drug, the patient started having rashes, document it in a form. Because there's a limit to what we can keep in our heads. And some of the professionals, they have a lot of things to do. So this, you need to create it on a form and document it every time a patient comes. And this is what will help you to move forward in the practice. Next one, is this a good or a bad record keeping arrangement? Hello, is it a good one? So there is a file here that contains all the various activities of that establishment. Is it record? Is it finances? Is it certificates? Is it medical, education, current issues? Every practitioner should have files and a cabinet for their practice. So they are not just scattered everywhere. If you say, go and bring it, I say, it's in my son's house. Go and make record, oh, it's with my daughter. All relevant documents and records you have should be kept safe somewhere in your organization. The need for it might not be today, it might be tomorrow. So these are the examples of how we should keep record, create various files for the things you are doing in your organization. So what are the benefits of record keeping? Why do we need to even keep any record for anything? One, it supports the continuation of the treatment of the patients. Some patients only once they come and they go. At times you need to treat them over and you need to meet them over and over. Second one, it helps to address complaints or legal issues. There was a time as an institute here, we were dealing with one practitioner, but we didn't know he had ulterior motives. If not because we were keeping records of all our dealings with him. When the issue came up and it took us to places, it was the records and the agreements we signed with him that exonerated us as an institution. So every time you are engaging with a patient, there must be an exchange of information. There will be a form signed by the patient. Other benefits of record keeping, it helps to address complaints of legal processes, as I said. It helps to identify risks and enable early detection of complications. It helps to measure your progress periodically. It helps, and this is very key, please, it helps in the integration of traditional medicine into national healthcare delivery system. Every now and then they claim and say TMPs don't have records. They don't have evidence. They say if you want to, if they give you a product, they say just shake it, pour it into a bottle, pour one bottle of Coca-Cola and drink. But TMP practice has gone beyond all of that. So, and there's a move to integrate TMP practice into the national healthcare delivery system. Keeping good records, keeping proper records is a step towards achieving that for the country. Then it's important in cases of intellectual property right issues. Even though you can't patent a plant, but you can patent the process that you use in producing your own product. You can take it as a data indicator and take it to a process, and you are protecting that process because it is peculiar to you. It is from your great-grandfather. So when you have good records, you can talk of intellectual property rights. Other benefits, it helps to improve accountability both internally and externally. It's essential for patient referrals and detection of problems at early stage. It is good for training apparatus. If you have people that are working under you, your proper record, your proper documentation is what will aid in that respect. It provides evidence of the standard of your care. Then it's evidence of sustaining your practice. So there are some principles you need to follow when you are delving into record keeping and documentation. Be factual, be consistent, and be accurate. No ambiguity in what somebody is feeling. Be updated as soon as possible after a recorded event. Not that you see 10 patients today. It is that the following week. You not start writing down what you have done. As you are engaging patients, please document. As you are having activities, please document. It provides current information on the care and condition of the patient. It should be documented clearly in such a way that text cannot be erased. When you are keeping records, don't cancel something, write another thing on top. Be careful and be methodical, because it should also be consecutive and accurately dated, timed, and all entries signed, including corrections. All entries should be legible. Draw a clear line through any changes you are making. No abbreviation or slang. Only authorized personnel should have, thank you, ma'am. Only authorized personnel should have access to patient's record or all your records. You must know who is going through your documents. Next one, steps to keeping documents. Determine to keep proper records of your activities. That is the first step. You must make up your mind, this is what I want to do. Assign the responsibility to a capable hand. Identify the records you are expected to keep and in what form. Evaluate the records you have kept so far. Identify the gaps in the records you have kept. Have a plan to keep records and assign it to one person. Determine where you want to keep the records. Is it paper copy? Is it electronically? Is it on the computer? Or is it even in the cloud? Some people now, because of fire, they keep their things online. The next thing, start keeping your records from when you live here. Open file for patients, open file for activities, open financial files. This is an example of a training that I came across that was done this year by the Ghana Traditional Medicine Practice Council. And one of the topics that they discussed there is what we are discussing now. So this problem is not peculiar to us as a country, it's a global issue. So that we are going this line now is even in the right direction. So other parts of Africa are also doing what we are doing as we speak now, all towards improving traditional medicine practice. In conclusion, good record keeping and documentation are essential for the growth of traditional medicine practice in Nigeria. One, for improved contribution to national health care delivery system. Thank you all for your attention.
Another round of applause for Mr. Jagera Diola.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jagede. Before we proceed, I have some questions being raised online, which we'll quickly attend to before we listen to the next presenter. You also have the second questionnaire circulated to you. Kindly look at it. Thank you, Prof. The first question goes like this. Say, thank you so much for the great lectures. Please, my question on the issue of claim on herbal medicine. Even after NAFDAC has carried out a series of analysis, we are still asked to write and these claims have not been approved by NAFDAC. Please, can you throw more light on this? Actually, on herbal medicine for listing, NAFDAC do not allow any claim of cure to be made. To say this one cure COVID-19, this one cure HIV, this one cure headache. You can write to say it can be used to treat this ailment, it can be used to manage this ailment, not cure. That word cure is not allowed in NAFDAC.
And no matter what you think laboratory analysis you have done, the reason why cure is not allowed, and even the way you even write your manage or your indication, because NAFDAC do not actually, for listing, easily, they don't focus on the indication. Though you write it there, what is used for, that is the indication. That is used for chest pain, is used for this, but that is not their focus. Their focus for listing is safety. Is this product safe? So that people will not take it and go and fall sick with the sickness they didn't have before. People don't take it and go and have liver failure. People don't take it and develop COVID-19 or something else. It's safety they are interested in first and foremost. And so when you are making claim, has it undergone clinical trial? For you to make claims, you must have done phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trials. So if you are bringing in a herbal product that have gone through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 clinical trial, you can make any claim. The claim that the trial was able to generate. With the report or the results of the trial studies, you can declare this was what we found, and so it can be used for this and that. But your own has not gone through all those documented trials, so you cannot make any claim. All right? I think that is clear. That's why NAFDAC will not allow you, because it has not gone through clinical trial. That's why they tell you you cannot make such claims. It's a good afternoon. The second question is, good afternoon. I am Ibrahim Yahya, CEO, Ibrahim Arab Nigerian Limited from Kano. I really enjoyed the program. I learned a lot, sir. Is your certificate of analysis contain LD50 test? Yes, we do acute toxicity study, which actually, and we follow the current regulation of toxicity test, which specify whether the test is safe or it is not safe. The LD50 model was actually the earlier model that was being used when it is safe for at dose 50. The dose at which 50% of the organism did not die or survive, you know. But in addition to that, they have upgraded. There's a new system, testing method. I've forgotten the acronym for it. The pharmacology Professor Bulus would have answered. But when you ask for toxicity test from nitrate, we follow the new regulation, the latest regulation. And once you submit our result, NAFDAC will approve it expressly. Thank you for that. But if you want LD50, it can be done. If that is what you want, and if you want to specifically say, I want to study this toxicity test based on LD50, it can be done in nitrate. All right? Yes. We'll now allow Professor Jemilat to respond to some of the online questions also.
There are several comments online. Most of them are comments, appreciation. All of those comments are noted. All the comments are noted. We appreciate your commendation. There are just two issues that I need to address. One was on the issue of the form. There is a question online that how would they get their own questionnaire to fill? Currently, we're going to circulate the link to that questionnaire to you, those of you online. You get the link in your email, and you can click on that link to fill your own questionnaire, and your certificate will be issued to you. Please note that your certificate will also be issued online. It will be sent to your email when we have collected your response to your questionnaire. That is for those online. Okay, I think I've answered the two questions that is already pertinent. Any other one? Most of the other comments are just commendation and all that. All of them are noted.
Thank you, Professor Ibrahim. We want to move over to the next presenter in the person of Mr. Aliu Ibrahim of Jaiz Bank. Aliu Buhari, sorry, Aliu Buhari, you are welcome, sir. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am standing this afternoon on behalf of the management of Jaiz Bank to make a presentation on how to access non-interest financing. As okay, thank you. We are very much aware. For some of us, possibly this is the first time we are coming this close to Jaiz Bank. Jaiz Bank is the pioneer non-interest financial institution in the country that promotes non-interest banking practice. We must commend.
Sorry, just a little information. Okay. Your presentation is 20 minutes.
Okay,
yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'll start also by appreciating NIPRI for organizing these very important, and other stakeholders for organizing this very important event. Of course, no doubt, we need to standardize, we need to regulate, we need to organize, we need to structure what we are doing so that we will also compete not only locally or nationally, but internationally. We always see how our markets are being filled with international herbal medicines when some of those materials or those items are being gotten from our localities. So I think it is more than enough to say that it is very timely, and we should really appreciate and commend the organizers for doing this, so that at least we will also be at that space and will be able to add value to our society as it is expected. Having said this, I'll start by also saying that we are almost on the same page, because we already have the conventional or the tradition, the normal medicines that we are used to. And now we are saying this is an alternative that we've inherited from our great-great-grandparents and what have you. So for us in Jaiz also, I don't know if there has been any presentation by other conventional banks. We are also here to say we are providing another alternative, another option. So you see, we have a lot in common. We are an option, we are also an option for us in Jaiz as a non-interest financial institution. So having said this, we'll just go straight into the presentation. Of course, we have a very limited time, so some of the things I will just skip them, but then you see it on the slides, and they will be able to help us. Okay. So this is the outline of the presentation. We have an introduction. Of course, for businesses within this space fall within the micro, small, and medium enterprises. And that's why we were asked to come and represent the bank, because of course you are within our category, you are within the sector, because health is also one of the key sectors that we've been supporting. So this is it. So Jaiz Bank offerings and illustration of some of the products. So now we need to even understand, for you to be able to access financing or know where you are in business, you need to firstly understand what level, what is the status of my business. Am I a micro business? Am I a small business? Am I a medium business? And then that will now guide you. Of course, the last presenter has discussed extensively on record keeping. In fact, I was so excited because what he did will help what I'm going to discuss with you. This is the challenge we've been having with a lot of MSMEs in whatever sector, education, health, agri, and what have you. Once you don't know the status of your business, once you don't have the records, of course, you can't be operating informally and expect to be supported formally. This is not possible. So we have to bridge that. You have to be formal, and then you will be attended to formally. If you decide to, or you choose to operate informally, then of course you should know that you have made it upon yourself that you can only be supported in the informal sector. And that's why you see businesses are finding it difficult to grow, to expand, to now compete with their counterparts elsewhere. So for us to do that, we need to understand that we have micro, small, and medium enterprise. There is no a global definition. There is no a one definition to what an MSME is outside the micro, small, and medium. So organizations have different definitions. And from this presentation, you can see SMEDAN has its own definition, CBN has its own definition, BOI, and other organizations as well. So now, what are SMEs? Basically, these are businesses that can be set up either by one person, 2 or 20 in partnership, and then of course associations or cooperative as the case may be. And then some can be family businesses as well. This is a business like in our own case that I've inherited from my father, from my grandfather, and then it continues like that. So, but generally, any country, any community, any society that has advanced, record has it that the businesses within this level are the ones that have been able to propel that. So with this, we've been able to see, let's look at the operating environment. Record has it that as of 2013, we have 37 million SMEs. How many of them are within the health sector? I don't have that statistics here, but I think the last statistics has it that we have about 45 million SMEs at 2016, a survey done by SMEDAN and the National Bureau for Statistics. Currently, there has been a lot of, there's another survey that is going on. And what I will call on us is, if we have not been able to register our business, we have not been able to formalize our business, it's very important we try to do that, because there are a lot of opportunities, there are a lot of potentials. You will see in my presentation, CBN has been able to come up with a lot of intervention fund within that space, all to support. There's a special intervention for health, for the health sector. So if you've not been able to really organize your business, it may be difficult for you to be able to access this support. We'll all discuss that. So what are the situations in Nigeria? One, the operating environment is mixed. One, there's inability for banks to support due to discriminating credit requirements, high interest or borrowing costs, infrastructure challenges, business management skills. That is where Mr. Bode, if I get it, Mr. Jagede, that has extensively discussed. So you see, is the key issue. The moment you don't have record, the moment you can't keep your books, the moment you don't have plans, succession planning, okay, whom am I putting, how will the business be able to continue even if I'm not there? All these things are key. Access to market, how do I communicate my business to the market, and all this. So now the segments, these are some of the effort the CBN has done regarding supporting businesses within this space. Of course, what currently you are doing regarding the traditional medicine practice, and also any other things that we are doing within that space, you'll be able to get a lot of support. We have the target credit facility, MSMEDF, the health sector support, like I mentioned, and many others. So for us in JAIS, what do we do? Of course, we are a non-interest financial institution, and someone will ask, if you don't charge interest, then how do you make your own money? How do you make your own income? Of course, we don't charge interest, but majorly, there are three major instruments or contracts that we use to be able to support businesses. One, we have sales-based contracts. Two, we have lease-based contracts. And three, we have partnership-based contracts. Under the sales-based contracts, these are contracts that majorly we buy goods and then sell at a markup, or we buy and majorly they are trading business. Non-interest banks are only the ones allowed to go into trading because we don't charge interest. If you give loan, you charge interest. We do sales. So by the time you need some equipment or you need some raw materials, we buy them and then sell it to you at a markup and give you time to pay us. You see, we've done a sales contract. And the good thing in this kind of transaction is that, of course, you know, every Wednesdays, the CBN used to have the MPR, the monthly MPR meeting, where they look at the market analysis indices and then come up with the interest rate in the country. If you access financing from the interest-based finance or contract, there's every tendency that you will only know the final cost of that financing at the end, because as MPR rate changes, so the cost of your financing will change without any recourse to you. And that's why in the contract, it will be mentioned clearly that the terms and condition is subject to the interest rate at any point in time. So for us in JAIS, once we do a sales contract, that automatically concludes the transaction. No inflation, no change on interest rate, no change of economy. Today it is 10,000, tomorrow it is 15,000. That will affect your transaction. We do a sales, we do a sales. And if it's a lease-based contract where you need some sort of equipment, because NAFDAC says you need to buy XYZ equipment for them to inspect and be sure that the processes you are using to produce your medicines and what have you are very hygienic and what have you. So we can do that. We can get them for you and now lease them out to you on a lease-based contract. So, like I mentioned, we are essentially a trading house. I've discussed the sales-based contract. We do not give or receive interest. In doing our business, we also seek to avoid speculation, uncertainty, and deception. So on the other side, you can see non-interest plus vis-a-vis the conventional. We are profit-based, while the conventional is interest-based. So we are asset-based. So that means for us to make any income, there must be an underlying economic activity to justify our income. And that was why in the 2007, the last economic meltdown, most non-interest financial institutions never knew what was going on because they were never affected, because all the contracts they do, there is an underlying economic activity or asset to justify that transaction. Unlike where in interest-based contracts where there is interest on interest, there is you can enter into a contract today with GT, for example, with XYZ Bank today, and then you move tomorrow to another bank. They will now take over that facility, and then before you know it, interest will keep compounding from left to right. The question you keep asking is, what exactly is now making those increase in the facility? So anyway, these are more technical that unless you relate with such institutions, you really understand the way they go. So in JAIS, the opportunity for you to access financing is in this fold. We, under the micro businesses, a micro business can access up to 2 million with just 1 or 2 guarantors, and of course some few other requirements as part of our effort to drive support to the small and medium enterprises. Then for a business, you will be required to do an annual turnover in your account for at least 1 to 5 million. Then the second one is the small business. You need a turnover of between 5 to 50 million, and then you can access up to 5 million. Then the medium is 50 to about 250 million, where you can access 5 million and above. Currently, it is at the ceiling of 20 million, but we are making effort to increase it up to 100 million. So what are the requirements? Must have an existing account, not below 1 year. Then open a, the business must be in existence at least 1 year. Then open a current account and operate it satisfactory at least 3 months. Then of course you can access as I earlier presented. Then what other requirement? Of course, under the security, there is a key man risk careful or insurance. Then post undated checks if you want to access less than 2 million. Then personal guarantee if you are coming as a cooperative. We use movable assets if it is not above 5 million. So what that means is if you want to buy equipment, we use the equipment to serve as collateral. Or maybe if you have existing equipment but you needed some raw materials that you use to get your produce your goods and what have you. Then of course the product that we deploy is the cost plus. We have what we call the Murabaha, which is cost plus markup arrangement. Then we have the Ijara, which is usually being used for leasing, where we buy equipment and lease it out to you and you pay us rental. The good thing about this product is that if we buy a product and we package it, that you pay us within 12 months, and then 6 months down the line, you are able to get money. Because you are paying us rent, we will not have to charge you for the remaining 6 months. So we'll just terminate the contract there, and then that is all. So that's the good thing about this, the lease-based contract. Then of course, any other suitable compliant product. What are the target market? Of course, they are there, which you are also one of them. Then just this brief illustration of some of the products. I don't think we will have to go deeply into that, but what I will advise is at the moment we have over 40 branches in virtually all the regions of the country. So you can look at our branch, you can go to the website to see the address of all our branches, look for the one that is most closer to you, and then you can go and discuss with our marketing teams. And I want to assure you that you will surely be excited and be happy dealing with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Buhari, for a very excellent presentation, and you kept to time. So another round of applause for him. Please take your seat. You can join me up here, so that because they are going to ask you questions. I want to invite Mr. Jegede up here too. Please note your questions, because we'll be taking them briefly. Note your questions. Before the question and answer, I just want to briefly remind us that you have questionnaires with you. And if you have finished the questionnaires, have we submitted the first one? Did we submit? Okay, just keep it with you because it's identifying. We'll come back and actually collect them collect them so that we will know who submitted and who did not. Dr. Ibrahim, Dr. General, yes. Mr. Jagada, please. Yes. So the questions, 1, please take your number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've not put, then 8. You know your numbers now. So number 1.
Hello, good afternoon. It was
So hold on, please. Akim, can we get a sheet of paper for him, for them to write the questions down, take notes? 2 or 3 sheets of papers. I also urge the secretariat to look at online, the online participant to see if there are questions and let us have them also. All right, go ahead, please.
My name is Suleiman Abdul Karim from Kaduna State. Actually, the 2 presentations were really good and great. Actually, you know, I would like to ask Mr. Jagede, I don't know if you have any provision for business planning, because they say prior proper planning prevents poor performance. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And this is one of the challenges we do face, you understand? If you don't have business plan, you don't have direction. And it's one of the major causes of business collapse. So I don't know if you have any provision on how to teach people how to write an excellent business plan. I don't know.
Yes, move to number 2. Number 2.
My name is Muhammad Sani from Kaduna State. My question goes to the Jais Bank representatives. So you made mention of terminating contract if the beneficiary pays back before due date. So is there any penalty for those that refuse to pay within due dates?
Is number 3 person?
Thank you very much. My name is Kidi Sali Baba. I'm from Niger State. I just have a contribution for the first speaker to my colleagues. My colleagues, in other way for you to have your, to obtain your data and proofs, you can also ask your practitioner that you have been given them your product to provide you more information from their clients. Then you can also get some of your information approved from the WhatsApp chat. If you have any patient outside your site, you can ask your patient to chat you up so that you can print it out. Then my question goes to the Jais Bank. Yes, I think I in person I'm in right channel. Today, this morning, I have to go to the Jais Bank and obtain my form to open my own corporate account. Then my problem is that in Niger State, we don't have any branch. We have many people that want to do that, but because of the distance, I don't know whether there's any plan for that to the management to open a branch in Niger State. Please, we need it. Then in your requirement, I've not seen any point where it's mentioned of for you to obtain a loan, you need a business plan. Abi, there's no need. Thank you.
Number 4. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ismail Abdullahi from Kano. Actually, my contribution here is to make each and every one of us here to understand ourselves more better, and at the same time, my contribution to NAPRID per se on the issue of registration, especially on related to NAFDAC. I think we need to have an alternative means of having registration. What I mean with this alternative means, because NAFDAC, processes of NAFDAC is too hectic per se. But I believe at the standard of this particular institution, NAPRID, as you said earlier, sir, institutions have been recognized by over 50 countries in the world. Why at this level, this institution would accommodate us as traditional medicine practitioners, assess us, give us satisfactory, for operating, producing our products, exporting them, and what have you. We don't need NAFDAC because NAFDAC process is too tedious. We need a body, a standard body. You people you have made us to become, recognized. You make us people, so we know you. You know us, so we don't need any NAFDAC, please. Thank you so much.
Number 5. Thank you very much. To the Giants Bank, please.
1/2, please.
Let's
listen to the next question.
So my question is to the Giants Bank. The last time I checked, in Edo State, you have no branch. I want to know whether you have a branch now because it's actually a problem. I open accounts, but to get ATM and some other things, I think I need to visit a branch, but that is not available in Edo State. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Okeima Ruth from Bayelsa State. Please, I want to know if your bank is in Bayelsa State.
Good afternoon. I'm TMP Yusuf Olajide from FCT. My question has been asked already. I reside in Gwagwalada. I've heard so much about Jais and their claim of non-interest rate loan, which I'm much interested. But unfortunately, the branch is far away from me. So the question I want to ask is this 3-month minimum of bank statement that is required to apply for loan. Is it possible for someone who has a corporate account with other standard banks to photocopy, as in to bring the statement from that bank and it will be accepted in your bank since your branch is not close by for us to run the account with you?
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Solomon Ujo from Kwara State. So I'm happy that you are here. So I've been seeing Jersey Bank along Unity Road. So I don't know how they operate. But as you are here, you are talking today, I'm just knowing you better. So, sir, what is going to take that if you want to acquire somebody that I want to acquire a machine that I want to upgrade? So, because now, as my colleagues have always said, the issue of now that they are setting us back. Is it now that number is going to cure people? Let me take an example. I treat a boy of 18 years old. He has a heart problem. I have a document, 2 years here, video. I've worked, but NAFDAC issue people, I send my product to US, to Canada, no, I don't have NAFDAC number. I must say it is an opportunity for me to express my mind here. You see, it is beyond, somebody, a person use my product and refer me to Bank of Industry. When I get to Bank of Industry, I see nothing. You see, I get there, I told them that they said they are asking for collateral. I requested for 10 million. I said, I don't have collateral. They are asking for my number. I said, is it not that number that's going to cure people? Our people are dying. Let us put whatever you can do for us so that we can move ahead. I don't have resources for NAFDAC. To God, to be sincere. And I have a product. People that are saving life. They are care people.
All right.
And I don't have, so whatever you can do for here, we'll be happy.
All right.
Help us.
Thank you. So we'll go straight to answer the questions, straight to the point. I know we are very passionate. We know what we want, and we want this is what we want government to do and all that. Part of those questions and comments you will see in the questionnaire. So it's an opportunity for you to make or do some of those comments on your questionnaires. If you are passionate about any matter, any issue, put them down in questionnaire, because we are going to use these questionnaires to advise the government. So before the Jaiz Bank respond, I want Mr. Jegede to quickly go through one of the questionnaire. Just explain one or two sections that we think we may have some doubts. When he finishes, you just have 2 minutes to explain it, then he will answer and respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You have a questionnaire that is a 2-page document with the title, Knowledge, Attitude, and Perception of Traditional Medicine Practitioners Towards Integration into the Traditional Medicine, into the National Healthcare Delivery System. The aim of the questionnaire, as being stated, is to gather information that can be used to advise government and inform government. So the section 1 is just asking for your normal biodata, which I think is straightforward for us to fill. Section B is now the place where we are talking about National Healthcare Delivery System. And as you know, there are 3 tiers, the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary. And traditional medicine practitioners are basically at the primary healthcare level. So there are questions number 6 to 16 that you need to respond to. So is there any problem about any of those questions, please? Have you gone to the questionnaire? Yes. Okay, and I think they are easy to fill. Any question from question 6 to 16, please? Okay, so I move on to the next section, section C. It's asking about your knowledge and understanding of universal health coverage. The main focus of the Federal Ministry of Health in Nigeria as of today is the delivery of universal healthcare coverage to all Nigerians. And one of the focal organizations is the National Health Insurance Scheme. The aim of UHE is to make healthcare affordable to all Nigerians. And we believe that there's a major role that is being played by traditional medicine practitioners in ensuring affordable healthcare. So question 16 to 23 is to ask for your opinion. How do we think this can be done in Nigeria? How do you think healthcare insurance can be done in Nigeria with traditional medicine practitioners? This is a new thing. And it's only information from the practitioners that can help government to think in that line. And this is the first time this is being done. So if there's any question from question 16 to 24, please kindly ask now so that you can fill the questionnaire.
appropriately. And then the section C is just asking about your practice and relationship with orthodox practitioners. There's always that issue that interaction between TMPs and is always there. There's rivalry. And government needs to hear this correct information. So question 25 to 30, we'll get your feedback on that aspect and we'll coalesce all and push to government. So maybe if, and there was also a formal questionnaire given to you. I don't know if you have filled it. Okay, so maybe when we do the second one, the secretary to come around and collect the two at the same time. All of this is to give feedback to the government on what your feelings are concerning traditional medicine practice in Nigeria and its integration. They've been saying this thing for many years, but there's nothing on ground to actually integrate traditional medicine practice into the national healthcare delivery system of the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Jegede, for that brief explanation. So it's clear, right? Go ahead, fill it. The secretariat will come around to pick the form in another 2 or 3 minutes from you. So we hand over to Mr. Buhari to answer some of his questions before we allow Jegede to answer. Sir.
Okay, so thank you very much, sir, once again. The first question is discussing about penalty. That in a situation where a facility goes into what we call past due, you are supposed to pay in 3 months, and unfortunately, you could not make it till maybe the 4th or 5th month. The ideal thing here is if it's a sales-based contract, the transaction remains the way it is. The only thing is if it has been established that there's a negligence or some intentional misdeed in the business, then penalty will be charged. And unfortunately, in conventional, the interest that will accrue on interest will go to the balance sheet of the bank. It's an income to the bank. But in us, that penalty is not allowed for us. It has to go to charity, so that we'll always ensure businesses are doing their best. Then if it is a lease-based contract, what is it, because it's on rentals, you are supposed to pay within 3 months and you didn't pay. The moment it goes to 4 months, you pay rent, because you can't be occupying something that you are on hire and you didn't pay, and then you say you will enjoy it free. So you pay rent for that additional period that you didn't pay. That's just it. Then number 2 is regarding our branches. Of course, like I mentioned, we are not everywhere, but we are making effort to get to every location, but we are in every region. For Niger State, hopefully within the 1st quarter of next year, we hope to have a branch in Niger State and some other locations. Yes, in Edo, we don't have a branch, but I think mostly our Lokoja branch serves within that region. Bayelsa, we don't have a branch, but we have Port Harcourt branch that serves that region. Currently, we have a number of programs in Delta and some other South states, and our Port Harcourt branch has been supporting these businesses. So, of course, we are not everywhere, but we are making effort to get there. Gwagwalada, yes, we are looking at that, hopefully within next year. Then the third question is regarding business plan. Of course, business plan proposals are key requirement for you to access. And that was why I said Mr. Jegede's presentation has virtually taken care of that aspect for us. You have to be formal for you to be able to be supported formally. So this is key. You need to have your proposal, you need to have your business plan and all other supporting requirements. What we are currently doing, knowing some of the challenges that our businesses do face, and many may not have the opportunity of meeting Mr. Jegede as a business or management consultant. So we are trying to get some IT firms that are into some of these things. So by the time you go through them, you will be able to, NICEL did the same thing, BOI is doing also the same thing, Zenith is also, there are some IT firms that you can go online and you'll be able to now get some. But the challenge there is, for those ones, you will not have the opportunity of having Mr. Jegede that will explain some things, because you just input data and then of course it will generate what it generates. So except if you know your business very well, you may be constrained to do that. Then the fourth one is issues of the bank record. Yes, for 3 months, it's not sufficient enough for us to say we appraise your business. The essence of the 3 months, ideally, the banking sector will require you to spend 6 months before you start talking of financing or loans. So we bring it down for SMEs 3 months so that at least they will be able to get support within the shortest possible time. The essence of that 3 months is just for you to have an understanding of the contract and also the business. If it's a situation where it's your off-peak period, of course, the record will not be there. So we'll definitely ask for other records from other banks, formal or informal, to put together to be able to now come up with the ideal financing or amount you want. Then the issue of health support, of course, we mentioned NAFDAC. There's a special intervention, and like I mentioned, for us in JICE, health is one of the key sectors that we are focusing on. So work with NIPRI or with the association to look at your own peculiarity and have a specific product that will target that. We have this mandate. So we work with the stakeholders to have.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim.
The last one is on process of getting loans. We have discussed that our branches will attend to you. Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Jagre, do you have?
Yes, I think he has responded to the issue of the business plan. And for information, part of his presentation talked about NAPRIT Consult is an arm of the institute that deals more with the business aspect of. So in case you need more information on what NAPRIT can do, I think the chair is even in the best position to be able to respond to that. So once again, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Ibrahim, please come. You want to make some announcement.
Thank you very much. To close the session, for us to move for the facility tour. But let me make a last comment. There are several issues that have been said about the NAFDAC registration. And there were also several online comments on that issue. Let me say this. One of the reasons why this workshop was put together and the issue of stress-free registration of your product is to be able to solve some of those mindsets. And some of the comments might seem as if the message is not worth taking. You see, NAFDAC registration, currently that is the regulatory body we have in the country. And there's a lot that is being taken care of. They are also working on it every day. And it's because the awareness of some hiccups that you might have, that is why you hear a topic like stress-free. If I hope and I wish that we're all taking it away, that having NAFDAC registration is not a roadblock, it's an added advantage for your products. If you want to sell, make popcorn and sell within your family, within your compound, there might not be a problem. But if you want other people to buy from you and take it outside the country, then the safety of that popcorn needs to be taken into consideration. For example, if I buy a car and I don't want to get a driver's license and I don't want to get a license for my car, yes, I drive it within my compound. I rotate every day and park it there. But if I have to drive it outside my compound and go to the street, then the government is interested to be sure that the safety of other people in the community is assured. So you must obtain a driver's license. You must be assured that your vehicle is fit enough to ply the road. Likewise, the same thing with your product. If you want to give your product to people, but it's a business venture. If you want to make it a business venture, people are making millions from herbal products. People are making millions from it. But if you want to also do the same, then which means you need to reach out You don't want to sell only in your home or in your community, to your friends. And if you want to do that, then the government is interested to be sure that it is safe for people outside there to take. Yes, there might be some things you think is difficult. It's not as difficult as you think. That is why we're here to help you out. That is why some of these lectures are being put together to let you know that you can actually get help. I am aware, I'm in a committee that is currently liaising with NAFDAC and TMPs. There's a committee like that. Some of you might be aware of it, you might not know. NAFDAC is also trying to see how to make it easy. I'm sure you heard the NAFDAC lady yesterday, the representative of the DG, that they are aware, they are also working together to see how they can make it as easy as possible. It's not as easy as you thought. You know, when somebody say 1 + 1, for somebody who do not know, like, what do you mean? But for some of us, 1 + 1, we just say 2. But when you understand what 1 + 1 is, very easy. When you understand some of the basics being required for you to get your product registered, you will not be against it. If you want to export your product outside this country, you will be wasting your money. FDA will not let it pass. And but if it passes, you will make a lot of money. So you use money to make money. Is it not money we use to make money? So let's have a positive outlook towards it. It is for the best of our product. It is for our own good. It's going to make us shine. Let's all work toward. The challenges are there. We're all aware. For me to come down with this test, there are challenges. Is it not so? I have to look very well because I don't want to fall. There are always challenges everywhere, but there are challenges that can be surmountable. So let's look at it in a positive light. NAFID is there to guide you in those areas. Thank you. So are we?
So can we collect our questionnaires? Finally, this is how we are going to do the talk. I'm sure you received a piece of paper labeled A to C or D. So that is the group you belong to. The alphabet you received is the group you belong to for the facility tour. We have 4 groups, A, B, C, D. So for group A, you follow Mr. Gegele Ibrahim. Where are you, Mr. Gegele Ibrahim? Mr. Gegele Ibrahim. Where are the group leaders? Mr. Gegele Ibrahim. Then B is Engineer Chinedu Eze. Where is Engineer Chinedu Eze? C is Mrs. Zainab Arolowo. Aronolo. Mrs. Zainab. Then the D, group D, is Mrs. Kewe. Please, all the team lead come to the front. All the team lead come to the front. All the team leads come to the front. Come to the front line. Kewe, Zainab, Chinedu, and Gegele. All the team leads should come to the front, the 4 people. Just stand in the front. A, B, C, D. Where is A? Who is A?
I'm upstairs.
Then B. Who is B? Who is representing Chinedu? Then C, Zainab, and Kewe. All right. These are the 4 groups. And if you belong to your group, you know who to follow. All right. These 2 people are not the real team lead. They are just representing them because the other 2, I think they are outside trying to get the whole tour arrangement ready. So don't mix up your group. Each group, we have about 5 departments to go to, and in each of those departments, you spend about 5-10 minutes before moving to the next department. I need 5 minutes. We just want to tell you what we have and what we do in that department so that you better appreciate what we do at NIPRIT to make sure that the product is good and is of high quality. I think, please submit your questionnaires. Have you submitted them? Have you submitted your questionnaires? If you have submitted, let me see your hands up. So if you have, put down your hand. If you have not submitted, your hands up, please. Please submit. Go around, Secretary, collect the questionnaires. If you have not submitted, so if you are Group A, can you rise? If you are for Group A, please stand up. Group A. If you have the paper and your paper says you are Group A, can you rise? Group A. Okay. Group A is by Gegele Ibrahim. Gegele Ibrahim, lead them out. All of them with Group A. Group A, follow him. All Group A, follow him now. He's going. We expect you back in another 1 hour. You follow. I want them to just separate. We expect you back in 45 minutes. Mr. Ibrahim, 45 minutes by 2:15. You should be back. 2:15, you should have. Group B, stand up. People for B, stand up. So follow Chinedu Eze. Where is Chinedu? Okay, follow Dr. Mrs. Grace. Lead them. Follow. Dr. Grace, please follow them. B, please move to the extreme by the door. You should progress, you should lead them. B should move out. Now for C, stand up. C, stand up. Follow Mrs. Zainab, the lady in red. Follow her out. Okay, group D, stand up, please. Follow Mrs. Kerr here. We will expect you all back by 2:15. By 2:15. You are already wasting time, oh. Sorry, Dr. Ibrahim, the photographer, where are you? The photographer, where is the photographer? Dr. Jagala, where is the photographer? Photographer, okay, we'll use our phones. Professor Mrs. Kunle. Professor Mrs. Kunle, please. Dr. Ibrahim, Professor Ibrahim, please come. Just 1 minute. Hakim, use your photograph to take please sit down here. Please this way. Madam, stay with him. Let's capture this. Mrs. Ibrahim, you are keeping us. Please. Just come here first. We will attend to that. Okay, all right. Dr. Jagede, please come. Come here. Don't waste our time now. Let's get this over with. That's at all. No, too tall. Okay.
I'm running that lesson. Yes, I'm running that now. But that's hard. That's cool. Okay. Yes, I honestly, I was thinking about opportunity to apologize. I got to meet down. Even if I see you already look at that. What is that? You already look at that. So, you know, was any part of this campaign Then after everybody is working, there's a lot of stuff. That you know, the working on that, me, I'm not the biggest person, but we can't do that. You can't do that. What is what I will do? Someone who will carry that's not good. Yes, I know.
So, we're not ready for. If you want to make money from it, you want to make money from it, you want to get it. You want to make money from it. That's why you know the mindset. If you want to sell it to your own, yes. This is not, you shouldn't leave that comment hanging, assuming that people agree with you. Because you say with a lot of passion. And then you now other people now follow us. So you now saw your mouth. So it was so people were not making comments. People allow these comments to go. They will go here. I think maybe the support of them, not extreme that will not have that.
See the end of it.
So you know this process you're doing that they're saying.
No. Look at what they are saying. That's what they are saying. Okay. Thank you. In fact, somebody has even asked that they're no longer there. I said, no, it's not the that's what I don't tell you anything. This is what was Mr. Charles.
They're my partner president.
Let me say presentation materials.
We know they send. We know they send. I don't know why they always asking for that. Okay. I saw the YouTube yesterday. No, I got to send the link. So I now open it. You sent to me yesterday. All these things, later I'll go and listen to them. This is good. No? Yes. So that I can hear all these lectures. Me, I was also in here now. Most of the lectures I was not here. It's the one that I pass and enter my ear. They are doing it. I think they should finish by now. They should almost be rounding up. He's the remaining one. Okay.
Charles. Yes, sir. Charles. Yes, sir. Charles. How many times did I call you? 3 times, sir. What did I do, sir? Before you stop. What did I do, sir? I had to bring another source that our documents have signed and sent out. Another source? Yes, not from you. And you are supposed to bring what that you. You know this time.
You are supposed to be the one that will inform me.
Sir, no, last time I was trying to facilitate because of the slow nature. This time, since I'm moving fast, I'm not even supposed to be communicating with people.
No, I'm not you.
That's true.
I'm not you.
That's true. That's true. I've sent them out. The only time I will communicate is when they start coming. I will update you. But it's like one-on-one. I'm expecting, like, you know, your own is very good. So I'm expecting like from February before it starts. But it's scary. It's scary. And I spent so much money sending them. So much money sending them. I'm sure the people will be afraid to send it back to me. Now,
No, they won't send the document.
but most of them used to send the document and yes, most of them used to send and they will request for payments. That's what I experienced.
Okay, the reforms.
Yes.
I wish you was getting the better.
But so I know the amount I put for the to and fro, especially now that things are jacked up, the money is like double. But the good thing with this man is that if there's any donation, when I write for he doesn't pay.
So, you know,
Yes.
when policy.
So that people that you don't have now, what you consider, what you consider. But it was presented yesterday. Nothing like that.
It's really bad.
So that by yes, you need to see behind it. Okay, okay. Yeah, you know, think about this. Good for us.
If really
Not like
no, what I mean is not for that's another
but that's why I wanted to say there's luck to you guys.
there's not there's
I remember, so let me tell you one thing. One the person of the classic talk. No, that was the same period. Now, and now I was working, I was helping them. What you just said now is recorded.
no.
It's recorded. However, this one. Use it, not that you have to pay. You're very happy.
Let's settle down. Let's settle down, please. I hope what is Group A here yet? Group A. Okay, Group B, Group C, Group D. So where are the others? Please come inside. Let's continue. I want to welcome you all of you back from the tour. I hope you've seen some of the facilities we have, and some of the analysis and services we can provide. I also want to add that we have a drug manufacturing unit, NIPCO, and right now we are still installing some equipment. Once that is ready, we can actually do contract manufacturing for some of you that may be interested. I think somebody asked that earlier, whether NIPRI can do contract manufacturing and all that. So we can do that. But right now, what we can do, we can actually formulate for you, turn your product into capsules and tablets or liquid ointments. We can do that for you, but that's a fee. The procedure is for you to write an application to the Director General stating exactly what you want to be done for your product or to your recipe. And then we'll cost it and tell you what it will cost you. And that's it. Once you make payment, we will go ahead and do it for you. Yes, there's fee for everything, even your registration process. There's fee. Yes, you see, it's a privilege to attend meetings like this because we just make you better than other people. So we can't allow everybody to just be playing anything. Okay. All right. Even now, we are going to start now. Now we are sharing a form, a post-evaluation form, just to tell us how the program, what you feel about the training, how you have been impacted, and also let us know which area you think we should improve upon in the process in our subsequent training. Is to help us. One house, please, can we reduce the noise? I hope you can hear me, so that we can be out of here in no time. So another form will be going around. It's called the post-evaluation form. You know, when you came in, you had your own position about herbal medicine and all that. Now we are evaluating you after the training. What do you now think? Even our own process of a training, what you think, and all that. So it's a simple one-page questionnaire that you just help us. It's a feedback form. You help us with filling the form and return. Very soon now, we are going to call participants to come and collect their certificates, and after which we go for lunch. But before that, I just want to use 5 minutes to give opportunity to one person in each group to tell us, just one minute, tell me something you learned from the tour. Just something. So group A, anybody that want to say something? Group A, nobody. Okay, you raise hand first. You will speak for group A. Group B. Group B. It will speak of group B. Group C. Group C. It will speak of group C. Group D. Group D. No group C. Nobody's speaking for group C. Nobody's speaking for group C. All right, group A. Can you come forward, please? Group A.
Good afternoon. Okay. The tour was very, we actually enjoyed it. We started from the extraction department where we saw the lab scientists there, how the herbs are being extracted and how they are being concentrated. So he told us right well that after the concentration, the extract can be moved to different departments depending on what they want to do. From there, we also moved to the chemistry lab, where we met the pharmacist there, who explained to us the different equipment we can use to extract and actually recover our solvent. so we don't have to waste them.
Thank you. Thank you. Group B. Group B, come forward. Just one or two things you learned. Don't summarize.
In Group B, we visited the garden. That was our first port of call. And one of the things I learned is the way they arranged the garden. And true to life, the person that taught us on production of plants yesterday showed us how they planted the flowers and the pollination, the cross-pollination that was enabled because of planting the flower in the midst of the other herbs. So I really enjoyed that part.
Thank you. Group C. Group C.
What I noticed about this, our experiment, is the herbarium. I was so excited about the herbarium.
Just one or two, what you learned, please. No, we are not trying to summarize.
Identifying the plants.
Okay, identifying
their names and how to keep them. Identifying the plants, their names, and how to store them. That is what I learned.
Yes, bring the microphone. Group D.
Group D. Our first point of call was Abirium. And when we went there, we were able to identify some plants that have been brought there. And the man that, entertained us all that explained everything to us that was that Abirium is the first point of call in whatever combination you want to do as far as herbal medicine is concerned, because it is point whereby you are able to identify your plant scientifically, whether root, herbs, leaves, or flower, or even seed. So when that first point of call is missed, so you are going nowhere. So I've learned that Abirium is a very particular point that whatever you want to use for our combination, we should bring it to NIPID for proper identification.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At least we've learned something from the tour, and we can all testify that you can see the processes. We try to standardize every process of the production of herbal medicine, from cultivation to collection to identification to extraction, and then the other analysis and study that happens. These are the things we should do. I want us to check our bags. One of us, I think one of the resource persons said his bag, he couldn't locate it where he kept it, because it's the same bag. Maybe somebody mistakenly picked his own. So those of you that went outside the hall with a bag, those of you that left with your bag, check. Even those of you that left your bags behind, please check if to be sure it's your bag. It's the bag that you left behind. Please check. Flash. Hard drive. There's a hard drive. Drive inside the bag that the person left behind. Please check. If you see a hard drive inside your bag, you know that is not your bag. Please check. Just confirm, please. Please check. I have not seen some people are not checking. Check your bags, please. Everybody check to be sure that it's your bag you are with and it's not somebody else's bag. The hard drive is important to the person. There's a lot of information there. To discover it, please just bring it to me in front. Now we move straight to It's not your own. Is that the bag? Let's see. You say this one is not her own. Is the one, you see? Thank you very much. And he checked that bag severally. He said it's not his own. Can you imagine it? No, even the person checked the bag there severally because that bag has been there. You didn't go out with it now. It's not even your own. He checked it severally and said it's not the one. Thank you very much, my sister. We have found the bag, so you can return to normal. Thank you. I want to give opportunity for any female to talk on what he or she learned. Apart from her that has spoken, only the men have been talking. Women, you are asking for 40% representation. No, somebody else, another woman. Hello, all the women, look up, please. Can we talk? Who would like to talk? A woman TMP. None of you want to talk. Okay, oh. At least it's on record that I gave opportunity to women, but nobody agreed to talk. No, you have spoken once. Let somebody else speak. All right, you want to talk? The out there at the back, you want to say something? Oh, they are making noise behind. I said, I want to give opportunity for any of the women to talk, participant, any female participant, because only the men seems to have been talking, asking questions and all that. So maybe you can tell us, maybe make a comment on what you have learned, even in your tour. If it's just about the tour, you can talk about it. Just 1 minute. It's not, or 30 seconds, 1 minute. We are gender friendly. We just want to make sure that the women are carried along. So it will just give you a mic for you to make a statement, make some contribution. Just 30 seconds, all right? Thank you.
My name is Farouk Sadia from Niger State. Well, the tour or the training precisely is a great one because I've acquired a lot of knowledge that I'm just at home making production and without little or more knowledge. But it's really, really impressive with everything I acquire here. Actually, I produce aphrodisiac, so it's a great opportunity for me to be here. So thank you very much. That's the least I can say.
Let's clap for Mrs. Sadiat from Niger State. It's on record that our production will improve henceforth. The standard of our production will improve henceforth. Can we give another opportunity to another female gender? Aja, can you say something to us? Please, come on. No,
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mrs. Sheil Amina Idris. Actually, I learned a lot of things. This workshop is one of the best I've attended so far, and I really appreciate it. For example, like today's talk, at least I've learned to appreciate plants better, and I've learned about the botanical names newly, because actually, I kind of like developed new interest now in plants. So we really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Musa, right? Sure. Yes, thank you for that comment. You can see people are now appreciating herbal medicine more. Even those who have been producing extemporaneous mixture are now interested in making it into packaged form. Now she said she will pick more, she has picked more interest now, and she's going to do more and make sure that the product. Can we give the mic to Dr. Zamzam? The man in black, let him talk to us and share some of his experience with us. Just 1 minute. Yes.
My name is Dr. Jibrin Ibrahim, Zamzam Company Nigeria Limited. Well, there's nothing I can say on NAPRIS because NAPRIS is one of the best organizations so far I ever knew, because I have always come here for toxicity tests. So, like, I have like 4 to 3 products that have been qualifying this NAPRIS, and the way they normally handle their things is very excellent. So I really appreciated their contribution towards herbal practitioner. Seriously, I really appreciate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You see, I have to make him talk because he has a lot of experience in this. He has registered. How many products do you have registered? 4. Yes. You see, he has 4 products, but I am the head of consultancy, so I see all the results that comes out. Before those products, some of them passed. He formulated up to 5 times. He will submit it. We will say it didn't pass. We will go back, reformulate it and submit. We will say it didn't pass. That is how it is. But some of us just want to have an easy, straight process. It's not like that. If it's not good, we will tell you it's not good. We must be patient to allow the process to go through. Because if we say what is good and what is not good is good, who are we doing? We are doing ourselves. At the end of the day, we will destroy the herbal medicine industry. Because people will now say, the orthodox doctors will now say, don't mind them, they don't do what is right. It's not working and they say it's working. It's killing people and they say it's not killing people. So we must put those standards in place. We must go back with that mindset that we must put those standards in place. So what is the lesson? What are we taking away? You must go back to your state, because each of you here, most of you are from different states. I think just 1 or 2 persons per state that we picked. You must go back. Those of you that have traditional medicine board, you must go back to them and tell them there's a new era. Government wants us to interface very well with the orthodox practitioners. But in doing that, our product must be standardized. We must follow the right protocol. If you have, I think Zanzam products, some of them go to Ghana, some of them go to Republic of Benin, Niger. If you have a good product, register with NAFDAC. I'm telling you, you don't need to take it there yourself. People will come and meet you and say, I want to take this product there because it's working, because it's safe. NAFDAC has approved. That is the essence of these things. So that we don't just keep on practicing as if we are in the village. One of the challenges we have, not just as herbal medicine, but even as a people, is that we don't want to move with development. We just want to keep doing it the way we are doing it. Some of us will say we will not eat pounded yam that is not pounded with mortar. Why? When there are machines that can prepare even better pounded yam, we will say until it is pounded in a mortar, we will not eat. Some of us will say we will not eat soup that the pepper was not grinded in a grinding stone. Why? There are grinders that can do all these things. The same way, when we are producing products, we should look for the best or better way of doing things. You should weigh them. You want to produce recipe for malaria. You just go and collect dogoyaro. You collect tea bar, what do you call the other one? Neem tree, the other one, eucalyptus, and what's the name of the other one? The tea plant. Lemongrass, thank you. That's the one I'm trying to remember. You go and collect that one, and you don't even weigh them. Today, you carry a handful. Tomorrow, when you are distracted, somebody is talking to you when you are preparing, you just keep adding and adding and adding. So there's no measurement. There's no dose, nothing. You just say, so far tea there. Okay, how many ginger did you add? You say, today you add 1. Tomorrow is 2. Next tomorrow is half. Those are the things we want you to stop. And that's why we say, document what you do. All those things taught by Mr. Jegede about documentation, he gave you a slide to say, these are the kind of documents we want you to, records we want you to be keeping. If we really want to practice with orthodox medicine, we must start keeping those records. We must start. Our next phase, because we are a development institute, research and development institute, we really want to take this integration matter to the next phase. We are going to design some things that we will be sharing with all the traditional medicine boards all over the country, so that you will have a system that the orthodox people can relate with in terms of practice, not really product alone. For instance, we say keep record. Ideally, you can actually keep most of this record in your exercise book. Record is record. But we also want a situation where we can begin to standardize this record, so that the records we get from traditional medicine practitioner in Lagos State is the same record we are going to get from traditional medicine practitioner in Niger State. We are going to come up with all those things. They are all in process. We'll develop case report forms and circulate it with you. That go and print all these things, use it to collect information on your patients, and use it to collect information on your practice, and give it to you. And you can begin to document it down. Go back home, the way you prepare your recipe, write it down so that you can begin to follow it. How did I do it that day? The day it worked very well. This was what I did. You can follow it. Not that you are just using, say, oh, I dreamt again yesterday. And in the dream, I added orange to the recipe. And then in the dream, it worked better. Then you get up and start adding orange. And you don't even monitor whether it's actually working better or it's worse. You should put it down. If your malaria medicine is like this, write it down. Item number 1, 20 grams. We can all afford it. You know kitchen scale? Go and buy kitchen scale and put it for measurement. Buy small container that has measurement line on it, so that you know the amount of water you are adding. If it's water you are using, if it's alcohol you are using, you know the amount of alcohol you are using. In fact, you can even write the percentage of alcohol in the alcohol you are using, so that when you say I add this cup of water, I'm adding 1 cup or 2 cups of alcohol, you write it down. It becomes your recipe for life. You know, chef, people that cook food, they have gone international. They are all on the internet now. If you want to make fried rice, they will tell you what to do. The quantity of rice, you will measure. Sorry. The quantity of rice you will measure, and all the oil, the quantity of oil you will use, and all those things you will use. It will all be stated there. So we should, if we didn't take anything, documentation is key. Go and open a book. You also talk about finance. If you don't, one thing Jaish by Mr. Aliu Buhari said, he said you can't be operating informally and expect to be treated formally at the bank. If you want the assistant at the bank, the first thing is start doing your things formally, the way it's required formally. Open a bank account. When money comes in, money should also go out. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry for that interruption. So those are the things we must do. We must go with the mindset that we are trying to run a business. We are SMEs. We are trying to run a business. If the bank see genuine effort from you, that you are actually keeping your financial record and there's a backup from bank statement, they will support you. They will know you are serious. The reason why they don't fund people that are informal, it shows unseriousness. Because money you are getting from your business, you are using it to do other things. So they cannot even vouch for what is really for the business and what is not for the business. All they want to know is that, can this business, if I give you 5 million naira, can this business bring out back that 5 million? If they cannot certify that they can bring 5 million, then they won't give it to you. But if you keep your record straight, your sales record, you bought material at this price, you prepared it, you gave them out. After 1 month, your sales have gone to 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. They know you are doing business. So it is key that we must keep record. Record keeping is the order of the day. In our laboratories, that's why we are ISO 9001 certified and ISO 17025 certified. When you drop your sample with us at Consult, all the laboratories it will go to, the sample number is issued and they document it there. So when we are tracing it, where did this sample go to? We know where it has gone. When the result comes, we know what has been done. And if we want to see the raw result, we know where to go. It's traceable. One reason for documentation is traceability. And that is one reason for batch number also. Traceability, tracking. It must be trackable, it must be traceable. So it's key. All right, so are we finished with our post evaluation? Have we all submitted? All right. So we are trying to produce some materials that you take away. All these presentations that have been presented, they will be given to you in hard copy, and then you can take it away. All of them. So, you know, some of them came late. We are having challenge trying to produce them, but just in a few minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes, it will be done. Then we are going to call you to collect your certificates. While you collect your certificate, the materials will be given to you, and then your long patch, your long pack is also ready, and then you will also go with your lunch.
Sorry, quick housekeeping announcement, please. Some of us have not submitted our flight ticket, boarding pass, or hotel receipts. Please, this is needed today to enable us to start processing the funds. Yeah, people at the secretariat, they are there to collect. Flight ticket, boarding pass, hotel receipts, please. and airport tax for those that came from outside Abuja. Those in Abuja, the WHO will follow their regular rates to reimburse. You also make sure you sign there with your correct bank details, with the way you wrote your names on the attendance sheet, please. The operator is very particular about the name on the attendance sheet and the name of the bank details. Please ensure these two are well written out and go and do that. Thank you very much.
It's asking for the flash to copy his work, maybe for printing. Who's holding the flash? Lola? Other Tom?
So please, for those that came from outside Abuja, make sure you have a receipt, even if it's only one. Because they have to refund you 10,000 naira per night for 3 nights. If there's no one receipt, they will not be able to make any payment, please. Thank you.
Nice, lying down. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Please, you want to use this opportunity to serve your lunch now, as you are waiting for the hard copy of the presentations. So serve your lunch now. Bring out your tickets and go for your lunch. You should be aware that without the tickets, you will not be served your lunch. Thank you.
Okay, that's right. Let's use All right, please, you are welcome. I believe you are one of the participants here. Please, can you tell us your name and
Okay, my name is Dr. Abdul Karim Tahir, Senior Consultant in Mandali Holistic Cure at Asokoro Islamic Foundation. The workshop is very interesting, and what government is trying to do is trying to bring a good relationship between traditional doctors and orthodox. With this, I believe there will be a serious change between the traditional medicine practitioners to improve their skills and to make them package their their product and to do it in the best way. Yeah. My advice to the government is to conduct this kind of workshop regularly, because I know in traditional doctors, we have very talented people that know what they are doing. It's just that the government is not giving them attention. That is why most of them are dying with their talents. But if government is trying to fish them out, at least in few years, we'll see a lot of progress and we'll see a lot of changes. I believe people will not be traveling abroad to get medicine because we have talented people here, and that their medicine, their product is very effective and have no side effects. You're welcome.
My sis.
All right. All right. Madam, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
That's good. The traditional medicine practitioners, which I know you are one of them, I believe you have something to say with regard to this workshop, please. What do you have to say?
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Okeima Ruth. I'm representing Bayelsa State. In fact, I'm very glad to be here. I count it as a privilege to be among those who were chosen, among the 50 persons that were privileged to attend the training. And the training has really impacted much on me. As a traditional medicine practitioner, I have learned a lot, especially in terms of packaging and also scientific ways and method of carrying on my practice. One of the things I've also gained from this training is the fact that the Nigerian Institute, the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, is trying to help traditional medicine to be integrated into the healthcare delivery system in this country. That really touched my heart, because I hope and I wish to live on that day when all of us will come into integrative medicine and carry it out the way it's supposed to be.
Having participated in day 1 and day 2, what is your advice to the government?
Well, my advice to the government is to continue this kind of training for us. We need it. Practitioners need to come together. And also, I'm also appealing to the government to help us to be fully integrated. The Council for Traditional, Complementary and Alternative Medicine in Nigeria to be approved so that we have our own council. And I'm also thanking them for giving us our own department in the Federal Ministry of Health. That is the TCAM department headed by Hajiaz Zainab. So we are grateful to them for that, but we are also asking for the council to be actually, because it is the council that will properly regulate us and put us where we are supposed to be, everyone in his or her own discipline.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't put me on that.
Madam. Yes, Dr. Messi. Yeah, exhibition. My president is like one of the organizers that supports.
Yeah, good day, madam. As one of the team and one of the organizing personnel of this program, what do you think government should do, or what do you want to use this program to achieve?
Okay, thank you very much. I want to appreciate you for this. As one of the organizers, I'm actually manning the NIPRID exhibition stand. And you can see that this program has been highly successful. And the participants are very appreciative of all they have learned, and they actually want to learn more. They want NIPRID to do more. So I think that the government should rise up to this and empower NIPRID more. And one of the ways is to increase the capacity of NIPRID, even to produce some of the raw materials. In fact, one participant came to request, can we supply them with the raw materials? I said, no, that is not our work. But she said why she wants it is because she believes that NIPRID will maintain standards and give them the best. And that means there's already that buying into the ability of NIPRID to empower or train our herbal practitioners to an international level. So I would like the government to rise to it and develop this area that in future, in treatment, in medical care, patients or clients can have the choice to take orthodox medicine or herbal medicine. When these procedures are done well and standardized, it can also be an acceptable source of treatment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I can go back.
Witness.
Hello, good day, sir. No, stick from. Wait, move your leg. Come forward. All right, good day, sir. Please, can we meet you?
Yes, sir, you are welcome.
Okay. Please, can you tell us your name and where you came from?
Yes, my name is Idris Baba. I'm coming from Niger State.
Okay. At least you have been here for the past 2 days. Can you please educate us on what you have learned so far from this conference?
Yes, greatly, I've learned a lot because this organization that is this NAPRID was able to educate me on how I can come up with my products from national up to international level, in which I was being taught how I can go into how to process my products from NAFDAC level so that my products can be accepted nationally and internationally.
Okay, at least you've just said it all. So what is your advice to the government with regard to integrating alternative medicine into the mainstream of the medicine in Nigeria?
Yes, in this regard, the government, honestly, the government is making effort, I know. It's a welcome idea to this our great nation because we are blessed with very highly effective natural resources, and we have the manpower and the young people that they are now coming up, and they want to really go into these herbal products, herbal issues, because the olden days herbal practitioners that you know, they are not the one that you know today, because today we have young guys that are coming up, they are going deeply into research, and I'm sure almost every plant now is already on the internet, where you can lay your hand, have access to them, know their medicinal values and all that. Therefore, the government is at the right time, and this is the right way for the government to do, to bring out, to come to call the TPM, this practitioner that is nationwide, so that they can hear their complaints and how they can help the national to work to implement this integrative healthcare in our health delivery in the nation.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Good day, sir.
Good day.
Please, can we meet you?
I am TMP Yusuf Olajide from Molasin Aba Nigeria Limited.
Okay, at least you have been here for the past 2 days. Please, can you educate us on what you have learned so far?
Yeah, that is quite correct. The program organized by NIPRID, National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, is very enlightening in building the capacities of the ABA traditional practitioners. So we have learned a lot of things, starting from how the need for us to keep record of what we do in time of the patient's record, also in time of our products, the way we produce it, keeping record of our research. We also learned as well the need for us to collaborate with the research institutes such as NIPRID, so they will be able to bring some scientific evidence to support our traditional claim. And they also teach us how it can be easy for us if we partner with them to be able to scale through the orders of NAFDAC registration process that very many of us face. So it go on and on. The bank, the Jais guy came and also told us how we can acquire interest-free loans. And he also told us that keeping financial records are very key for us to be able to access financial loans.
All right, thank you very much. But finally, please, what advice can you give to the government in this regard?
Yes, my advice to the government is, first of all, I must thank God that the issue of coronavirus came, because right before now, we don't value what we have. So coronavirus came and it's making the government to look inward, you understand? So if we continue to look inward like this, we will be able to generate local solutions to not only health problems, to other challenges that confront us as a country. So they should continue the trend. The traditional practitioners need to be trained, and they also need to be supported, even financially. We are talking about integrating herbal medicine with orthodox medicine. There's a lot of training that is required, and there's also need for us to standardize the local concoctions we are preparing, and the medical doctors also need to understand us and understand the philosophy of the traditional practice. Secondly, institutions like this, like NIPRID like this, should be empowered so that they can also empower us. So trainings like this should not just be a one-time thing. And I'm advocating the government needs to create traditional medicine board. We need a board that will regulate our activities. We also need traditional medicine school to be created for us so that for you to qualify as a traditional medicine practitioner, you need to pass through some process. And I think with this, even the orthodox medical practitioners will also be able to give us a kind of regard because we pass through some strict regulations. I believe with this, the traditional medicine practice in Nigeria will be taken to the next level, so we can contribute our quota to the overall well-being of our of the Nigerians.
You are welcome.
Thank you.
Look the Hello, you are welcome. Please, can we meet you?
Thank you very much. My name is Amusat Rafiu, apiculturist stroke TMP Amusat Rafiu.
You are from which state?
I'm from FCT.
From FCT.
Yep.
You have been here for the past 2 days. Please, what have you learned so far?
Well, of course, I've learned a lot of things, right from the beginning of the program to the end. I learned about the identification of the material we use for our product, like we in the apicultural sector. So we are in the link between the urban medicine and the customer, the people. So we give to the TMP, correct material. So, and we've learned that if you are producing something, like for instance, now, if I want to use mango tree to produce my honey, so I have to bring the sample of the mango I want to use to NIPRID, so that NIPRID will analyze it and will know that that mango plantation is truly mango plantation. Any planting that I want to use at all is a very good to go. So I learned a lot of things. I learned from Jais, I learned from different and record keeping and so on and so forth. But what I want to say is that I really appreciate NIPRID and the World Bank organization, World Health Organization. I want to say that there should be continuity and sustainability. This kind of program, if it can come up again, so that we move to the next stage, so that when we come back, you appraise us. Okay, the one you've gotten before, how far have you used it? So you assess us, then we move to the next stage. So that sustainability is very, very important. And policy, seamless policy guideline from government in terms of registering our product through NAFDAC and whatever. The policy should be seamless. So that I think I'm advocating for this, so that there will be synergy between the two parties. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. So, no, it's okay. Hello, good day, sir.
Good day.
Please, can we meet you?
Yeah.
Please, can you tell us your name and where you are from?
Okay, my name is Dr. Jabrina Ibrahim from Katana State. Katana State.
You are welcome. Please, you have been here for some days now with regard to this TMPs workshop. Please, what have you learned so far?
Yeah, I learned a lot in this workshop because NAPRIT is a great organization that collaborates with herbal practitioners in Nigeria. So in this workshop, we learn a lot that we are going to meet our other participants in Katsina so that we can tell them what we learn in Katsina, what we learn in Abuja, in NAPRIT.
Okay, so what's your advice to the government?
So my advice to government is for them to come into traditional herbal medicine so that they can help those who cannot be affordable to make their products, to make their requirements.
You're welcome, sir.
And it's a certificate presentation. So the team lead and the professor of the department who, Matt, welcome, man. Certificate presentation, please. So we'll call the names. We'll call the names. The HOD will bring out the certificate. Dr. Msikule will. But since we are still in COVID, no shaking. Okay.
Sorry, we'll be very fast. We want to leave here as soon as possible. Abdulaziz Ahmed Tijani. Abdulaziz Ahmed Tijani. Abubakar Ismail. Abubakar Ismail.
Just look at the camera so they can start, please.
As it's coming, it's collecting. Adejuwon Adenike Adeyolu. Adejuwon Adenike. Ahmed Awal. Alidu Ahmed. Alidu Ahmed, please be coming. I want to be fast. Alidu Ahmed.
months.
Abi? Chebuke favor. Chebuke favor. Hassan Abdulkadir Muhammad. Ani Yellow Yinka Mayomi. Yinka Mayomi. Isham Isaac. Jibril Ibrahim Abubakar. Just wait, just wait. Inkuma Abraham. Inkuma Abraham. Oga Michael. Oga Michael. Owolabi Tunde Abayomi. Tunde Abayomi. Tunde Abayomi. Sani Muhammad. Sani Muhammad. Abdulhamidu Hassan. Agu Philomena. Agu Philomena.
Okay.
Amusat Rafiu. Amusat Rafiu. Ibrahim Awal. Amusat Rafiu. Ibrahim Awal. Just hold on, just hold on. Ahmed Latifat Omobolanle. Ahmed Latifat Omobolanle. Ahmed Latifat. Who? Okay. Lamid Latifat Omobolanle. Ingoro Dauda. Olajide Yusuf. Olajide Yusuf. Rashida Ahmed. Rashida Ahmed. Tahir Abdul Karim. Okay, Tahir Abdul Karim. Abdul Karim Suleiman. Please make sure the certificate you're holding is your own. Please check very well so that you don't make mistake and collect somebody else's certificate. Archie. Archie. The name, I don't want. Okay. Adeyinka Adebao Taufik. Amida Shamsuddin. Amida Shamsuddin. Okay. Audu Idi. Fakunda Kabira. Fakunda Kabira. Isa Sariki Aminu. Isiaka Titilayo Memunat. Isiaka Titilayo Memunat. Muritala Abubakar. Ina Omachinoye. Ogushola Bumi. Saliu Idris Baba. Saliu Idris Baba. Muritala Abubakar. Saliu Idris Baba. Okay. Muritala Abubakar. Solomon Ojo Oloja. Which one is yours? Solomon. Okay. Adebayo Ayomide. Adebayo Ayomide. Akan Awal. Akan Awal. Farouk Sadia. Akan Awal. Farouk Sadia.
Yes.
Kabiru Abdulrazak. Abdulrakib. Farouk Abdulrakib. Just hold on. Kabiru Abdurrahim. Kabiru Abdurrahim. Moshood Akiwumi Waliu. Moshood Akiwumi Waliu. Eh? Who? Just add it to this one. Oladapo Amao Blessing. Aulo ine ma Lucy. Oulo ine na Lucy. Shehu Amina Idris. Shehu Amina Idris. Shehu Amina Idris. Okay. So those two. What's your name? Eh? Okay, we made before her this thing. Okay. You can't print on it. We use a marker to get good at right.
Charles, 1 minute, please.
Sorry, who and who? What's your name? What happened? Eh? Okay. No, some of you will not get your certificate. You are in Abuja. You're in Abuja. You get it later. I understand what happened. Okay, you want to snap? Oh yeah. You really want to snap? Then you get it later. There are two ladies. No, it will not show. It is even okay. How many of just you? Sorry, who else have not got a certificate? You got your own. Did you get your certificate? Eh? You're a gate crasher, so you can't get certificate. Yes, who again? I understand the Abuja people. You get crashed. No, you can't get it today. No. You only have 2 blanks. So we'll give those that are traveling. They are in Abuja, so it's easy to get. Like she's from Bayelsa. We've already printed certificate before. No, I want to give somebody. No. Those who participated online will get their certificate online. It will be sent to their email later on. No hard copy. So, we'll give that man. Who has good handwriting? Write your name here. Let him write his name. So we'll give the two black. The Abuja people will be printed later. I will need 2 certificates later on. They are Abuja, so they can.
All right. Can we close?
Thank you very much. Me and Oga, that's another one. What is the contact?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming to the Institute. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your positive criticism. We know we're not perfect. If you have done very good for you, please spread the news. If there are difficulties and challenges that you face, please tell us so that we improve for subsequent ones. We wish you journey mercies back to your destinations, and please spread the good news about traditional medicine and what NIPRID is doing. See you some other time. Have a safe trip. Bye-bye.
Which kind of music can we put now?
Please, give us.
If I get music.
No, I need you to go and bring music for you.
If I get music, what I bring you now? I like now. I like.
Play Yoruba music. Make I see who won't beat you.
So I get choice.
Àgbàtọ̀mọdé ẹ̀ máa yọ́nú sí mi o. Ọkùnrin tó fi ẹ yọ́nú sí mi. Ẹni bá yọ́nú sí mi. Ṣọ́ọ̀jì mi ìyọ́nú ọlọ́run ọba. Ìyọ́nú ọlọ́run ọba. Ìyọ́nú ọlọ́run ọba. Ìyọ́nú ọlọ́run ọba. Ìyọ́nú ọlọ́run ọba òun lẹ́ẹ̀ máa rí. Mo ní ẹ̀ máa yọ́nú sí mi. Ọkùnrin ẹ̀ yọ́nú sí mi. Obìnrin ẹ̀ yọ́nú sí mi. gbogbo ẹni máa yọnu sí mi o ó ṣọ́jú ìyọnu ọlọ́run ọba 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 ẹlẹ́rù máa rí. Àánú mo rí gbà àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Àánú mo rí gbà àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Èmi jáyé orí mi àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Kìdẹ́ ṣe mímọ́ ṣe àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Kì má dẹ́ ṣe mímọ́ ṣe àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Àánú mo rí gbà àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Ọmọ aládé àlàáfíà àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Àyìnlé ọmọ aládé àlàáfíà àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Nù ẹ̀yà kìnìún Júdà àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Gbòǹgbò ìdílé Jésè àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Àánú mo gbà àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Ọlọ́lọ́gbọ̀gbọ̀ fọ́lẹ̀ àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Ọlọ́lọ́gbọ̀gbọ̀ fọ́lẹ̀ àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Kì í ṣe kẹ́yẹ àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Kì máa dé ṣe kẹ́yẹ àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Ọmọ Síkírù Àyìndé Bàrísítà àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Síkírù Àyìndé mo ń jẹ́ṣẹ́ tó rán mi ò àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Lórí eré Fújì àdé orí ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Mo jẹ́ ní
This is before you waste time, come throw that one for ground. One pattern, Shama. What is power now?
You lock this place up.
What is power? What is power? What is power?
Okay. Yes, ma'am. No, we are blocking everything. Tomorrow, yes. Tomorrow we come out. Tomorrow, yes. The key will still be. Okay. From here.
Why you remove? You want to start from the beginning,
So I asked her, what do you want from the bank? I just come from the bank, and I got money to do it. So everybody, oh yeah, oh it, rocking your body for me. Keep rocking your body for me.
Together, let your partner put us on that, baby. We won't
Which one they call me now?
Naramali.
No, somebody they call me now when I want.
Oh no, my darling, you my God, baby. Oh, man, you want more fair. If you say no, you're para me. Yeah, you're part of the soup. See what you pay to the book. You must not ask the ghost. My house, I feel is you. Yeah, you're part of the soup. See what you pay to the book. You must not ask the ghost. My house, I feel is you. Will you marry me? Can you handle me?